Infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-419-2387. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, January 23rd. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Trump will not attend the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland in the flesh today, but he is set to speak to the gathering of global and political and business leaders virtually. Fox's Tanya J. Powers reports.
The World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland continues with an online address today from President Donald Trump. Trump attended the gathering in person during his first term in office. The meetings in the Swiss Alps have attracted decision makers in the public and private sector since the early 1970s. Trump's return to the White House has already given attendees something to discuss, from his executive order pulling out of the Paris Climate Agreement to his stance on energy, as well as his wish to expand U.S. territory. The event, which began on Monday, coinciding with President Trump's inauguration, ends on Saturday. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
A published report says the president is considering an executive order that would halt federal funding for so-called gain-of-function research involving viruses that make them dangerous or contagious. Fast-moving wildfire north of Los Angeles, forcing tens of thousands of people to evacuate their homes. Fire crews battling the Hughes fire that has scorched now more than 10,000 acres. Meanwhile, President Trump has told Fox's Hannity he is considering abolishing FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, saying it failed to do its job over the past 4 years.
I love Oklahoma, but you know what? If they get hit with a tornado or something, let Oklahoma fix it. You don't need, and then the federal government can help them out with the money.
Senate expected to vote today on the confirmation of CIA Director nominee John Ratcliffe. This Senate committees will hold hearings on the nominations of Brooke Rollins of Texas to serve as Secretary of Agriculture and Eric Turner as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. And following President Trump's executive orders, the Pentagon is sending 1,500 soldiers and Marines to the U.S. border. That's in addition to the 2,500 U.S. service members already there to act on immigration. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
So the Eagles playing in the NFC Championship game this weekend. Mayor Sherelle Parker taking a shot at spelling Eagles in an Eagles chant.
E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
Elgs. Let's go, Elgs is what she actually Spelled. Woo.
Jimmy Fila, now weeknights, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Take charge of your finances in 2025 by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous, because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The major averages ending higher on Wednesday, with tech stocks leading the charge as investors cheered President Trump's multi-billion-dollar investment to bolster AI infrastructure. Netflix stock rose over 9% for a record high following its blowout financial results. The Dow up 131 points, the Nasdaq higher by 253, S&P 500 up 37. Brian Moynihan, Bank of America's CEO, tells FBN's Maria Bartiromo at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, that he views the Trump administration's policies helping the economy and companies.
I think it's across the board. If we were sitting here last year, the issue of business, there was inflation and interest rates, but another big issue was the amount of regulation.
More earnings reports are on tap for today, including CSX, Texas Instruments, and Union Pacific. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Big money and high-quality people is how President Trump describes the Stargate project to develop more artificial intelligence infrastructure in the U.S.
What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor and others are competitors. We want it to be in this country.
It's a new partnership formed by the artificial intelligence research and development company OpenAI, the computer technology company Oracle, and the Japanese conglomerate SoftBank. Their AI data centers being built in Texas with more planned. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman says he's thrilled to do this in the U.S. and everyone will benefit.
I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate. We will be amazed at how quickly we're curing this cancer and that one and heart disease.
Stargate's been reported on since last spring as being in the works, and now it's officially announced.
A major investment by OpenAI and its partners to expand its facility in Texas, and I think it's great.
Jamie Metzel served on the National Security Council during the Clinton administration. He's written several books, including Superconvergence, How the Genetics, Biotech, and AI Revolutions Will Transform Our Lives, Work, and World.
This is not a transformative investment for the United States. It's an important step in a positive direction, and it was great that President Trump gave this existing project a boost.
During the campaign, he talked about his interest in this technology and using it to better American interests and, maybe humanity as a byproduct. Now, is there any danger or disadvantage to the more you decentralize AI infrastructure, or will Stargate just accelerate the technology?
So I don't think Stargate itself is transformative, but the entire universe of what's happening in the field of AI is massively transformative for America and humanity. And certainly America right now is the leader in AI technology, not just OpenAI, but there's a whole raft of companies, and whether they're existing established companies like Google, Microsoft, OpenAI, and others, but then there are hundreds of really exciting startups that are working in this space. So the best thing that we can do is to foster this ecosystem of innovation and growth.
President Trump overturned an order that President Biden signed in 2023 meant to set up AI safety standards, and he could refer to it as guardrails. Were there people in the field who found those standards too restrictive, or what's the point of overturning them other than just to overturn them?
Well, there were some people who found them too restrictive. The 2024 Republican platform said that this executive order hindered AI innovation and called for less regulation. And again, I thought that was a really well-written, thoughtful executive order. It represented a huge amount of work and consultation with companies, with computer scientists, with regulators. And so if you just get rid, not necessarily of just this one executive order, but all of the standards and principles and guidelines that are already in place without replacing them. I mean, none of these things are perfect, and maybe they can be replaced with something that's better. But if we just say that the idea of governance is getting in the way with the development of AI, the chaos that is going to result will ultimately overwhelm many of the benefits that I think are coming with this AI revolution.
Maybe it's somewhat like the internet itself, where in the beginning it really was a lot more wild, wild west, and now it's a little less wild, wild west.
That's the case. I mean, certainly it's not just AI, but we're in the midst of a technological series of overlapping technological revolutions. My new book that just came out is called Superconvergence, and this is what the book is about. It's not just one revolution, it's multiple revolutions. And so by definition, the governance and regulatory infrastructures can't keep up with the pace of technological innovation. But at least what we should be doing is saying that while we need to do everything possible to foster the healthy innovation and making America as competitive as we can possibly be and advancing the science and the technology and the applications, we need to do so in a way that incorporates the public good, however we see that. And so it is just not the case that we can have a technology that's this powerful and say, well, let's just see how it goes, because we're already seeing these industrial level scams. We're already seeing so many different areas where AI run amok can do incredible harm. And we're seeing incredible examples in healthcare, in agriculture, in industrial materials, so many different areas where AI is presenting some really remarkable, almost magical opportunities. So this is it's a balancing game.
Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, says he thinks that you're going to see cancer after cancer cured once this thing gets going. You're going to see heart disease cured. He says it's not just going to help with health care. There are going to be diseases eradicated because of it. Maybe you can talk a little bit about how that's conceptualized, and where are we with medical advances since we talked last summer? Is it moving really, really fast?
Oh, it's incredibly exciting what's happening in healthcare. AI is not just transforming radiology, how we understand the different images and MRIs, but how we can predict and prevent diseases. And there are all kinds of new cures. Yesterday, there was a conversation about mRNA cancer vaccines. I know that there are a lot of people who are just against mRNA vaccines, but really exciting. You can actually already, this is happening where you could be in the middle of a brain surgery and you have a tumor, and the surgeons are trying to figure out, is this a tumor that we need to take out? And there's a lot of risk of taking out a tumor in a living person, or can we leave it? And so you can extract a few cells from the tumor and sequence them and analyze them while the surgery is still going on to help inform the decision: do we take out the tumor or do we leave it in? Personally, I mean, this is a very personal question for me, not just because I'm deeply involved in the future of healthcare world and write about this. But my own father was diagnosed with neuroendocrine cancer 2.5 years ago, and I really pushed for early on sequencing the genome of his cancer cells, and we found a targetable mutation from sequencing, and we were able to target that. And he had, against all predictions, he had incredible remission, and because of that, has been able to experience 2 Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl victories, and we're planning on the 3rd.
Well, good luck. Jamie, weaving AI into the fabric of society is going to take a lot of computing power, which takes a lot of electricity and explain the data centers to me, and just how the power and the space and the infrastructure, how much this is going to take.
Well, certainly these AI systems, these large language model, LLMs, are taking huge amounts of energy. And that's why different tech companies like Microsoft are doing deals with nuclear power plants, like the infamous 3 Mile Island. So if we just continue as we have been, we're going to have to build an entire planet covered with data centers. So we're not going to do that. And so we need to think of ways, one, of getting the energy we need. And that's why some people are thinking, as I just mentioned, about nuclear power. We also need to think about more efficient means of using AI. We're talking about America, but in December last month, a Chinese company, DeepSeek, announced their new AI algorithm called V3. And V3 was trained not with the highest end NVIDIA chips, which America is blocking to China, but with lower level NVIDIA chips. And at a much, much lower price point, it achieved the effectiveness rate similar to some of the better OpenAI and Google models with much less energy use. So we're going to have to innovate around the energy use problem. It could be at the level of developing energy sources like nuclear, but I think more likely it will be developing more efficient algorithms so that we can do the things that we need without requiring so much computing power.
What are some of the newer military applications for AI beyond drones and robot dogs and the stuff I already know about?
Yeah, well, it's huge. I mean, anybody watching what's happening in Ukraine recognizes that AI is at the center of the future of warfare. China has recognized this. China has a massive program to investing in and developing AI systems for military. And so again, if I were to ask you, how does electricity influence the military? You can't answer the question because we have a military defined at every level by its use of electricity. And so you're absolutely right about the incredible speed of evolution of AI certainly in the aerial drones. Now there's a massive investment in the underwater drones, in surveillance, because we have all these satellites up there taking millions, more than millions, often billions of images, but it's just impossible for humans to analyze that in real time. So AI is just going to be woven into everything. I mean, our military is one of the largest employers in the world, if not the. And so just in human resource management, in accounting, in how do we make the cement to build buildings? AI, like electricity, got woven into every aspect of just every military. AI is going to be woven into every aspect, including with new kinds of tools and new kinds of approaches. And we are certainly going to see greater autonomy in our killing systems.
Jamie, I might tell a lot of authors this, but I don't always mean it. Your book, Superconvergence, was very interesting.
Good.
So if anybody's interested in what we've just talked about, you can go check that out. Jamie Metzl, author of Superconvergence, served on the National Security Council under the Clinton administration, among all the other stuff he does. Jamie, good to talk to you again. Thanks.
My pleasure.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. It's your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, here to introduce something really special. You're going to love it. My new Trump watches. It's one of the best watches made. Wear it proudly on your wrist, and everyone will know what it's for, who it represents. Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time.
Celebrate the inauguration of President Trump with his new amazing watches. A true collector's item. Very limited. They will sell out. Go to gettrumpwatches.com now to get your Trump watch before they're gone. It's an easy URL to remember. GetTrumpWatches.com. Don't miss your chance to own a valuable piece of history. Go now to GetTrumpWatches.com and get your watch today. Celebrate President Trump's return with these limited edition beautiful new Trump watches. This ad paid for by the Best Watches on Earth LLC. See GetTrumpWatches.com for details. Trump watches are not intended for investment purposes. Hurry, go now to GetTrumpWatches.com.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Damon John here, the People Shark. I want to share a secret that's changing people's lives. There is a company called National Debt Relief that can help you get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, like 12 to 48 months from now. With National Debt Relief, you can cut your minimum credit card payments by 50% and pay as little as $250 a month. Imagine, instead of paying multiple high interest payments every month, you can make one low monthly program payment, plus you can get approved in just a few minutes. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you. Trust me when I tell you, National Debt Relief's got your back and can help you get back on track.
To learn how you can reduce your credit card debt and become debt-free, call 800-358-4422. 800-358-4422. Again, that's 800-358-4422.
Don't wait. Apply today.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Considering shutting down FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and having states handle their own disasters. The president telling Fox's Hannity,
I love Oklahoma, but you know what? If they get hit with a tornado or something, let Oklahoma fix it. You don't need, and then the federal government can help them out with the money.
Says FEMA has not done its job over the past 4 years. The House giving final approval to the Laken-Riley Act. Republican Florida Congressman Laura Lee says the bill requires the Department of Homeland Security to
detain illegal immigrants who come into this country and commit crimes like theft, like burglary, like offenses that involve hurting or killing other people.
This will be the first bill that President Trump can sign into law following his inauguration. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Aaron Glenn is returning to where his playing days started. Glenn was announced as the next head coach of the Jets on Wednesday, just a few days after the Lions were upset in the playoffs, signaling the end of his time as a defensive coordinator in Detroit. Glenn is now back with the team that selected him in the first round of the 1994 NFL Draft, and he faces the task of snapping New York's 14-year playoff drought, the longest active drought in North American sports. The Jets are still interviewing for a general manager, and the Aaron Rodgers decision is on the horizon. New York needs to decide if they want Rodgers to return, if the four-time MVP is still interested in playing. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now
an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The moment in the game for me was Notre Dame's got all the momentum. You know, everybody's making fun of Marcus Freeman for attempting that field goal. Right. Down 16, it goes off the upright. And then Notre Dame finds a way to get the ball back quickly. After the turnover, they go down and score. They get the two-point conversion. All the pressure shifts to Ryan Day in Ohio State. And he just runs his head into a brick wall twice. Is he going to just show how physical his team is? Is he going to get really tense and scared and run it again and punt and actually give Notre Dame, with all the momentum, a chance to win it? And instead, he said, nope, single coverage to the outside, go route, perfect pass, two players, made a play. And I was like, boy, Ryan Day learned from his mistake. Ryan Day's the one, if he wanted to say, run it again, make him call timeout, run the clock. Nope, they went for it and they got it. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mic with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. House Republicans are in talks over raising the cap for SALT deductions so their constituents can subtract more local income and real estate taxes from their federal tax bills. President Trump and congressional leaders have now pledged to include the measure in a must-pass tax bill this year. Various options are being discussed in addition to raising the cap, including adding income restrictions and addressing the marriage penalty. Netflix subscription prices are going up. Those with the standard plan will pay $2.50 more a month. Those with the ad-supported tier will see a $1 increase. Those with the premium tier will see a $2 increase. Netflix shares were up more than 9.5% Wednesday after a very strong earnings report. Oreo is partnering with singer Post Malone to release a new limited edition cookie. It'll have a swirled cream filling with salted caramel and shortbread flavors, sandwiched between a chocolate and a golden cookie. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, you said bye-bye to big government, and you want limited government. You voted for that. Well, now it's time to trim the fat from big wireless. If you are still using the big carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, I ask, why are you doing that? Because my cell phone company, Pure Talk, a veteran-owned company, gives you the exact same service. They use the same cell towers. You get the same 5G network. You get better customer service, and they're based here in the U.S., and you pay half the price for the exact same thing. Now, that's right. There's simply no need to spend $85, $100 a month per person on your wireless bill. Not when you can get unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot for just $35 a month. And by the way, the average family of four saves about $1,000 a year with Pure Talk. Make the switch. You simply dial pound 250. You say the keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 keyword save now from our friends at Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text YOUTH to 421
42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text YOUTH to 42424. That's youth to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, January 23rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock today. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. We have a ton to get to on this Thursday morning, which will include, can you spell better than the mayor of Philadelphia?
Oh, no.
We are going to have a little game show today, folks. Game show Thursday. I actually asked if Zioli would be the host of the game show because I think he would be a tremendous game show host, but his fee was too high, so we'll go low budget here, but we'll get it done. Also this morning in the 9 o'clock hour, Athan Kutzer-Rumbas from Real Clear Politics, PA, on why he believes Pennsylvania is officially red and it was no fluke what happened this past fall. Dawn Stenzelin, good morning.
Good morning. It's going to feel like a heat wave today.
Oh, what is it going to 28 today?
I think we're going to break 30.
Oh, we're going to break 30. I broke 30 a decade ago. It's been downhill ever since. Gregory.
Well, first of all, Athan is wrong.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Pennsylvania is not a red state.
Okay.
But fascinating conversation coming up in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Also, Pentagon sending 10,000 troops to the border.
10,000.
10,000.
Uh-oh.
10,000 troops to the border.
I guess
Here we go.
he's not playing around.
Yeah.
Order at the border. Tom Homan, ICE, DHS, and anybody else that's willing and able, get on down there. Maybe I'll go down for a weekend. That would eclipse how many trips Kamala made, right?
With like Bill Malugin, do a little.
Yeah. Beautiful hair of Bill Malugin.
Kayal will do anything to not spend time with his family.
or to get out of the cold.
Yes.
Poll question. What does Kayal hate more, the cold or his family? Could be a 50-50 split on the way.
Gotta wear the sunblock, but you know.
Oh, yes. Thanks to you, I will always go SPF 50 from now on.
Please.
Yes, indeed. Big take coming up on the ICE deportations, the arrests, and all of your national safety and security. That'll be the theme of the big take today. Also, we are going to get into the fact that now, according to reports, Kamala Harris has shifted blame to Dougie. It was Doug Emhoff's fault.
It was his fault all along.
It was his fault all along.
Because of Nannygate?
There's a Nannygate, because of accused, alleged the physical assault of women, all sorts of stuff. It's Doug's fault.
So it's not only the Obamas that are living separate lives, allegedly, but now maybe Kamala and Dougie will too.
Is it possible in the same calendar year that Michelle and Kamala get divorced? What are the odds of that?
And then Barack and Kamala hook up, and Dougie and Michelle.
No, Barack and Jennifer Aniston, according to the...
Yeah, you buy the tabloid nonsense, don't you? You're so easily duped.
I think Barack and Dougie might hook up. But,
I see what you did there.
Yeah,
I see what you did there.
It's the 90s. Things happen.
Yeah.
I didn't see that one.
Also, Elon Musk, he likes to kind of, mix it up with his colleagues, his coworkers. I think he might be a little bit difficult to deal with. We had the Musk-Vivek thing, and now maybe Musk and Trump.
Do you think
it's possible.
Do you think he's difficult?
I think he might be.
We're still talking about the Nazi salute that he did.
Yeah.
Like literally.
Yep.
But I will say this: actual neo-Nazis are actually coming out and saying, no, what he did was actually a Nazi salute.
Oh,
like Nick Fuentes, that dude.
Yeah.
He came out and said, no, what he was doing was actually the Sieg Heil.
Okay, well there you go.
I mean, I don't know.
Mm. And also more dynamics with TikTok, as some Republicans in office disagreeing with whether or not Trump can actually pull off what he claims he can do when it pertains to the sale of TikTok. We'll get into that this morning as well. CNN, massive layoffs. Woo. Feel bad for the paycheck to paycheck people.
I don't mind.
Saw that one coming.
Yeah.
I don't mean to laugh because
Yeah.
it could happen to any one of us.
That's right. You never know. You never know. So we'll get into all of it, plus the cut sheet this morning as well. I've got about 19 things to get into. We'll get through about 5 of them and call it a day.
That's how we roll here.
That's how we roll.
Because you have 2 people with you that can't shut the F up.
3 of us.
Yeah, the 3 of us.
Yeah, and now Phil's music bit's 8 minutes long, so, Dawn Show's officially moved to 10:19.
Phil's pretty soon, he's just going to Phil Almquist on the banjo.
Yeah.
Just do a little banjo.
I might just give him his own music show.
Yeah, just give him his own show, period. The World According to Phil.
Yeah.
Love it.
It would be great. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this Thursday morning, January 23rd. 6 a.m. news sponsored by Kitchen Magic this morning. So, yes, Greg Stocker mentioned one of the big stories that covers us nationally and locally, and that is the deployment, even some new executive orders by President Trump. But we have reinforced troops at the southern border. By the way, Philadelphia District Attorney speaking out, saying he will not violate any laws involved with Trump's immigration crackdown. So we have that going on. And we also have our local J6er, Zachary Rill, who here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, we here had the first interview with Zachary speaking out, thanking President Trump, but also pointing out that he never committed any kind of violence. But now we're hearing that perhaps today the Philly DA will be, Krasner, speaking out and is reportedly considering some charges or looking at if there are any charges related to Real or any J6ers in our region.
So the Babylon Bee could actually put out a headline, because I saw this story yesterday. Prosecutor who never prosecutes anybody considers charges against guys that have been pardoned. That's like a Babylon Bee headline. It's unbelievable. I mean, seriously, Larry Krasner refuses to put charges up against anybody that actually commits crimes. These guys, they get pardoned. I don't even know legal. How does he have jurisdiction over this? How is he going? I mean,
I don't know, because nothing happened in Philadelphia.
Correct. There was no crime committed here, and he doesn't have jurisdiction on anything outside of Philadelphia County.
Yeah, so
good luck with that, Larry.
I don't know. And again, I'll just point out, Real never charged, never convicted of anything involving any violence against anyone. Has talked about that and has said that he's from a family of law enforcement, son and grandson of law enforcement, and he has said violence against cops or law enforcement is not something he would ever advocate.
Just quick question. He's the DA of Philadelphia, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Was there an insurrection in Philadelphia?
No.
So what jurisdiction does he have to...
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, this could have happened in Montgomery County. He'd have no jurisdiction.
Yeah.
This could have happened in Bucks County. He has no jurisdiction. Philadelphia County. He's the district attorney of Philadelphia, the city and the county. That's it.
I seriously cannot figure it out. I have no idea.
I would
What he
imagine
could.
like the America First legals and things like that are probably salivating over this. Like, oh, please step out of your lane, right? Because there will be lawyers.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, Zachary Real is, his wife and daughters are here, and he has, yes, he thanked President Trump, but he also has expressed basically regret to his wife and kids that this ever happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like, and I know that we'll talk about all of this, but some of those so-called Oath Keepers group guys, they actually returned to the Capitol. There are a lot of quotes from them. I think our local Philadelphia guy, Zachary Real, whose sentence, by the way, was commuted because he served 4 years.
Yeah.
Not a full pardon, although they're reviewing about 14 individuals.
Mm-hmm.
So he has never advocated or anything or been gleeful of anything, thanking Trump, but wanting to get his life back together.
Yeah.
So I think a completely different, somber tone as to what has happened after 4 years.
Well, after this,
nearly 4 years. It's like 6 weeks short of 4 years.
After this news comes out, I mean, if I'm him and I have the means, is he technically? Does his family, his wife and kid, do they technically live in the city?
They do. They're in the Northeast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would immediately, if I was renting or selling, I would, or if I had a mortgage, immediately sell and just get out of the jurisdiction so that he has no chance to come after me. Like, no.
Yeah.
I'm out.
It's so we're following that very carefully since Nick is going to talk all about what's the very latest. There's a lot of Trump news going on, and in particular about immigration around the country and Tom Homan. And what was a breaking story, this was right as Dom Giordano was coming on the air between 11:30 and noon yesterday. We were, first of all, City Council was meeting, and that's where I'm going to go real quick here. City Council was meeting. And then we were hearing that ICE was, and there were arrests happening in Philadelphia and across the country. That was a breaking news story right around, I'll say, lunchtime-ish. We have, by the way, Philadelphia's Director of Immigration Affairs resigned. And this obviously is happening right when President Donald J. Trump is beginning his second term. No one's saying if this is somehow related to him becoming president and everything that's going on, but she's the head of Philadelphia's Office of Immigrant Affairs, resigning and leaving Mayor Sherelle Parker's administration this week. Her last day is tomorrow.
Wow. Okay. Well, it's either she's leaving because of the new administration and life's about to be more difficult, or she couldn't bear to be embarrassed anymore with the fact that being a part of an administration that can't spell Eagles correctly is a major stain professionally.
Her name is Amy Ishwebo, and she's been the director of the city's Office of Immigrant Affairs since 2019. And so tomorrow, like I say, is her last day. Mayor Sherelle Parker obviously says they're going to conduct a national search to replace that person. But this amid the flurry of executive actions that we've talked about to carry out the crackdown on illegal immigration. I know Trump did that interview with Hannity last night, pretty late for us last night, talking about this. But in Philadelphia, you think about just in Philadelphia, an estimated 50,000 undocumented immigrants are here in the city of Philadelphia. ICE now, with all the executive orders and everything, has clearance to, even if they choose, go into churches.
Yeah, maybe they'll hire Alejandro Mayorkas. I hear he's looking for employment these days. Could you imagine that?
So they can go into churches, Dawn. So your theory that they couldn't go into schools?
If they go into a school, I know that Tony Watlington has said they have to have a search warrant.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no indication that they're going to go into churches or schools. They're just saying they can.
I don't think they will.
I don't either.
I really don't.
I don't either, because obviously they're looking for yesterday they arrested hundreds of people. Nobody went into school. They're
I'm guessing.
criminals.
Yeah, when you start with the order of this, going after the most violent, dangerous people, I don't think either of those institutions are probably seeing these individuals show up in their graces. I don't think these. If you're a molester from the Argentina, or if you're from Tren de Aragua or MS13, I almost said MSNBC, MS13, I don't think you're showing up at elementary schools or at a Roman Catholic church. Just a guess.
Agreed. I mean, yes. So the one thing I learned, and I had to go to bed at some point, but I did hear Trump tell Hannity last night, "Hey, everybody's focused on." South America. He said there are people from all over the world, including the Congo.
Well,
Congo opened their prisons.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, where's the Congo? I mean, it's somewhere in Africa, but I didn't know the Congo.
Pull out my globe.
They're coming here from northwest Africa, like what?
Middle East, Asia,
all over.
It's not just a South American thing.
So that is crazy news. We'll get into the. I'm going to wrap it up because it's 6:13 already. Nick has a great big take, but we have so much happening locally. We have city council grappling with this issue of immigration. We'll get into all of that as they're pushing back and saying that we are a sanctuary. We are a sanctuary city in Philadelphia. And so they say in city council they're standing strong with the sanctuary status. We'll see where that goes. We also had this school shooting. We're learning more. This happened in Nashville, Tennessee. And we're learning more about that 17-year-old shooter. Did this have a racial aspect? Is he an incel? He shot a girl, a fellow student, injured 2 others. Why are you laughing?
3 miles from where I lived.
Oh, my God.
Yep. My girls technically would have went to that high school had we remained there.
That's the high school they would have gone to. They're only 10. So
and it's an awful high school. So, in theory, had we lived there, I would have probably gone to another spot to put them in a better school. I think the rating is like a 1 star out of 5. Like I think one of the education boards considers it like a D level school. So, I mean, it's just awful.
And we'll also get to the story of this is the Montgomery County DA, who we know well. He has charged 3 individuals with allegedly selling forged Jason Kelsey signed memorabilia.
No.
Valued at about $200,000.
Wow. Oh, Kevin Steele cracking down.
Yeah.
I like that.
So we'll talk about that and so much more happening today. We are sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Go to kitchenmagic.com. Do this. Start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local trusted family-owned company that has been transforming kitchens for 45 years. kitchenmagic.com. It's a great day. kitchenmagic.com. We will reach 30 degrees, and by Sunday we should reach 40. So we got that going for us. So a sunny stretch ahead. Kayal and Company Newsline.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 on this Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Robert Half. Get up and get out. There were many Americans in countless polls leading up to the election that said illegal immigration and the border crisis was the most pressing issue in the United States of America, even surpassing the economy. Donald Trump made a promise to America that mass deportations would begin immediately after sealing off and securing the border. Tom Homan and ICE are following through on that campaign promise. The late, great ESPN SportsCenter anchor Stuart Scott once famously said, quote, "You don't have to go home, but you got to get the heck up out of here." And that applies to all illegal immigrants, starting with the biggest threats to the safety and security of Americans. In fact, self-deportations began days ago. The Windy City was placed on notice as Chicago would be a top priority initially. The CBP One app appointments, they've been canceled. And Trump wasted no time on Monday, officially declaring a national emergency at the southern border and signing off on the documents. Listen and watch this.
So this is a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States?
That's a big one.
A lot of big ones, huh? You know what that means, huh?
That means the game is over. You wanted results right away? Consider your wishes granted. The New York Post reporting that ICE has already arrested 308 illegal immigrants on Trump's first day in office. That was Tuesday, January 21st. Amongst the most dangerous threats being targeted in the first phase, and amongst the 308 that have been apprehended, include an illegal immigrant who attempted to commit murder and another who is a child molester. And guess what? Philadelphia, that was involved too, right? Cities include in the coast-to-coast raids, they were Philadelphia, Denver, Atlanta, Seattle, Baltimore, and Miami. And what do these cities have in common? Sanctuary status. Granted, Tom Homan and ICE just can't go into jails and deport these individuals. But even in sanctuary cities, they can go through and track you down if you are free, roaming the streets, and get you out of here. But guess what? Your sanctuary, it's not a priority. Our safety is. The man leading the charge, Tom Homan. Here is what he had to say on how his efforts will be perceived by the Democrats and also covered in the mainstream media. Listen and watch.
We're going to take a lot of hate. We're going to be sued every day, numerous times. I think you'll see the left try to control the media. They're going to show the first crying female, first crying child, and say how inhumane we are. But they won't talk about 340,000 children that they've failed to take care of. They're not going to talk about the young women who have been murdered in this country at the hands of criminal cartels. We're not going to talk about the hundreds of angel moms and dads who buried their children. You want to talk about family separation? They buried their children because their children were killed by a member of a criminal cartel or someone that's not supposed to be here. They'll tell one side of the story. They'll try to vilify us, but they're not going to stop us from doing our job. I don't care what the media says about me. If they saw what I saw in 34 years, saw the tragedies I've dealt with in 34 years, they will certainly understand.
And guess what? Tom Homan, he was correct. Here is video footage of migrants being rejected at the southern border and getting emotional. Listen and watch this clip. That clip has already been featured on, wait for it, you guessed, CNN and MSNBC. Oh, the humanity. But here's the cold, hard truth, because facts matter, not your feelings. This is what Americans wanted. This is what we voted for, and we are getting it. Here's CNN's Harry Enton with the proof. Listen and watch.
So this is an intriguing story.
Nope. CNN's Harry Enton. That's the Fox one. We'll get to that coming up in a moment. Do we have CNN's Harry Enton with the polling data on illegal immigration? Going once, going twice, maybe not. All right. Well, I say it all the time. We'll get to that clip coming up after the big take. Elections have consequences, and for better or worse, and whether or not you win or you lose, these things matter, and we will be a safer nation. You will see coming up in a clip at the bottom of the hour, ABC News, CBS News, the New York Times, Marquette polling. You will see the shifting trend in America from when Trump was in office in 2016 to 2024, where a majority of Americans now want mass deportations. Party be damned, polls be damned. This is what we signed up for, and we will be a safer nation thanks to those voters who put Trump back in office. But even with countless data points and some dying media outlets, the mainstream media, they can't quit the narrative as they continue to morph into parody publications. Case in point, the New York Times with this headline, quote, "How labeling cartels as terrorists could hurt the U.S. economy." They write, quote, "Isolating U.S. companies from cartel activities," can't believe I'm actually reading this, "could be almost impossible given that criminal groups operate in sectors like agriculture and tourism, leaving some American businesses vulnerable to sanctions." And the Times wonders why they can't give away their paper anymore. But what price do you put on your life? Ask yourself that. Better yet, ask the people that write columns like this. Illegal immigrant crime sprees, they're everywhere, and they don't discriminate. Even if you are a rock star NFL quarterback, just ask Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow. He can relate. Listen and watch this.
So this is an intriguing story and development. You got 4 suspects in Ohio now under arrest in connection to the burglary at the home of Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow. All of them are Chilean nationals here in the U.S. illegally. For more, Alexis McAdams is to report on this now. What you find out, Alexis?
Well, like you said, I think a lot of people were wondering when there was going to be an arrest in this case. It took about a month, but the Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow was on the field. He wasn't even at his house when police say 4 migrants broke into his home. And now those men, originally from Chile, are behind bars. Police say this is the group, part of a South American gang. They range in age from 22 to 38 years old. Those are their mugshots. The 4 are now facing burglary charges after police pulled them over earlier this month and found some of Burrow's things that were stolen from his house. Like what? Well, an old LSU shirt and a Bengals hat. On December 9th, during Monday Night Football, police responded to Burrow's home. Listen to this.
You have a shattered window into the bedroom. The bedroom has been ransacked.
Yeah, ransacked, things were taken, and they walked right out of that house. It wasn't just the Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow's house in Cincinnati, Ohio. The Ohio Attorney General says these men are behind a string of burglaries targeting multi-million-dollar homes.
How about that? Chilean nationals. Probably just trying to make the Bengals 53-man roster next season. But from Joe Burrow to Laken Riley, from the West Coast to the main line of Philadelphia, Dawn has reported on these stories. It's time to clean up the mess, take out the trash, and protect Americans. Here is Harry Enton of CNN showing the growth amongst Americans and the willingness to say, you know what, Donald Trump, go do your thing. Let's seal off our border. Let's protect our country. Listen and watch this final clip.
Documented immigrants. So we have slightly different questions, but these were all taken within the last month.
Now we don't have the
There's
audio.
real uniformity here. That's what I really think you see. You see real uniformity. Deported all immigrants who are here illegally, 55% of the New York Times. Marquette, 64%. CBS News, 57%. ABC News with a slightly different question, 56%. So what you're seeing essentially here is a very clear indication that a majority of Americans, in fact, when they're asked this blunt question, which I believe gets at the underlying feelings, do in fact want to deport all immigrants who are here illegally. There's no arguing with these different numbers because they're all essentially the same across 4 different pollsters.
So if they say yes today-ish, how has that changed over time?
Yeah, this is where I think you get very interesting. And so we'll take a look at that ABC News question in particular because you can really see that there's been a massive shift from when Trump was first getting into office 8 years ago, right? Deport all undocumented immigrants. You go back to 2015, I'm going to come to your side of the screen, it was 42%. Hello. Go to 2016, it was 36%. Look at where we are now. This was taken at the end of last year, 56%. This is 20 points higher than it was just before Trump got into office the first time. So feelings towards immigration in this country, feelings towards undocumented immigrants and deporting all of them have become considerably more hawkish, and I think that gives Donald Trump much more leverage to go with the American people and sort of have these hawkish, some might say harsh, different rhetoric and also issue-based sort of going after immigrants who are here illegally. And so I think the American people are going to give Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt to do what he wants to do, at least if you believe these blunt questions, including.
It's not harsh rhetoric. It's what the majority of us want. And as the kids like to say on social media these days, let that man cook. I say, as most of you do, let Tom Homan cook. And we're not cooking with gas. We're cooking with ice. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on ICE, the arrests, and the deportations. We'll get to a whole lot more this morning, as well as maybe after a couple of days of everybody in love with all of the policies into effect, maybe a little friction on 2 fronts for Trump with TikTok and also with AI and Elon Musk. That's coming up next. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through January 31st.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Holy Rosary Regional School in Plymouth Meeting, Saturday, February 1st with Jim Daly and Tim Conniff. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
It's Kayal and Company. 6:33. Happy Thursday. 12.9 degrees Fahrenheit outside, if our Doppler on YouTube is correct. What a day. What a time to be alive. And the news cycle, never slow. We'll round back to the big take here on deportations and immigration in a moment. I just saw, though, that Jonathan Turley, kind of highlighting, going back to what Dawn mentioned in the news, Jonathan Turley, legal scholar for Fox News, tweeting, Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner declared this week that he is considering filing state charges against J6 defendants pardoned by President Trump. Krasner, and this is Turley's words, and I think it's pretty accurate, is seeking to outdo Alvin Bragg in raw lawfare by repackaging and prosecuting federal crimes. Might be a good guest to get on, Dawn. If you're seeking a guest in the next day or two, I bet you Turley will have a ton of great analysis on how ridiculous and far-fetched that would be when it comes to, our own Alvin Bragg here in the city of Philadelphia. 855-839-1210. But let's get to the mass deportations. They said that they were going to happen. Yep. Tom Homan, you name it. Trump was the top thing at his campaigns. That and the economy. There were many polls. Forget the polling that we just showed you on Americans warming up to and now, in fact, embracing mass deportations and illegal immigration and having everybody get the heck out of here. This was in, September, October. There were countless polls where immigration and the economy were neck and neck, if not immigration at one point superseding and jumping to the head of the line with the most important issue in this country. So 308. And I think we should really zero in on Philadelphia because, again, when we talk about these sanctuary cities, I think it's worth pointing out that if these illegal immigrants have committed crimes and are in prison, in jail, whatever you want to call it, yes, technically, Homan and ICE and these agencies, they can't come in. They're basically insulated and protected from being yanked out of the joint. But if they're walking around on South Street or wherever it might be, Tom Homan can go find these individuals and yank them out of wherever they are. And I don't really care how they do it. I don't see it happening in churches or in schools unless there's a serious threat. If it's an illegal immigrant and somehow they're working in a school or working in a church and they are not a threat and they are like level 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the worst offenders that came here illegally, I don't see that happening. I especially don't see it in the schools because I don't think they want to cause any drama for children, especially elementary school kids, middle school kids. We always talk about these school shootings and grief counselors. You don't want to traumatize innocent children, but I can't even really envision a scenario where they would show up at a school, right? How would an illegal immigrant gain employment in a school, working for a school district? I think that's very, very far-fetched. I think that's fear-mongering 101. Your thoughts on all of this?
Well, I would say, I think it's a good thing now hearing the numbers that are concerning
that yesterday, that new executive order by Trump that that I had reported. I mean, I didn't know there were more executive orders coming because we had a flurry that were signed just Monday.
Yeah.
And yesterday's new emergency order declaring a national emergency at our southern border. I think that now realizing that this is an emergency situation shines a whole new light on it. The only way to answer your question, Nick, that I could see perhaps any law enforcement going into a school, if there's, I don't know, a person in the school who's accused of one of these, who's an accused criminal let out, freed from a prison somewhere, like Trump said yesterday, in the Congo or wherever in the world, and this person is an imminent threat to the children in a school, that would, probably, somebody who's working as a maintenance worker, somehow is in a school. But I don't see anybody going into a school to seize like an underage child.
Right.
That's just not the focus in this first phase. They're really clearly they're focused on potential terrorists, on criminals, and these are violent criminals. And this on the day that the Lake and Riley Act, and I hope they now call it the Lake and Riley Law, because it finally did pass in the House last night. So that also strengthening the all of our immigration laws as far as these criminals, like the ones, gang members, violent individuals, like the guy who is accused of murdering and torturing and raping this college student, Laken Riley, who her crime, if you will, was in broad daylight, going for a little jog, trying to stay fit.
Nursing student.
My God.
Athens, Georgia. Unbelievable. 855-839-1210. And I think, Stalker, you said it in the news or right off of the top, 10,000
10,000 troops reportedly being sent to the border. Let's hear a little bit from Tom Homan. Start here with cut 10. He announced that in the last 24 hours, this was yesterday, so in the first full day of the Trump administration, ICE has already arrested 308 illegal criminal aliens. Cut 10, Phil, go.
Let's talk about ICE visiting folks, because when I look at it, I look at the law, people that have final deportation orders, people that are criminal aliens. What would a person have to do to get a visit from ICE?
For it to be in the country illegally, first of all, I mean, there's nothing in the immigration law that says you got to be convicted of a serious crime to be removed under the INA. So if you're in the country illegally, ICE can visit you. But right now, as we said repeatedly, and the President Trump's been clear, we're concentrating on the worst first, the public safety threats and national security threats. And just yesterday, in the last 24 hours, ICE arrested over 308 serious criminals. Some of them were murderers. Some of them were rapists. Some of them raped a child. Some were sexual assault of a child. So ICE is doing their job, and they're prioritizing just as the president said they would. So the ICE is performing excellent right now out in the field, and they're going to continue every day.
I can't believe Lawrence Jones called them criminal aliens. Fire him. Nobody is a criminal. Nobody's an alien. I love when people get caught up in the verbiage. Illegal immigrant, migrant, illegal alien, criminal alien. Bottom line is illegal. That's all that matters here. We're talking about the rule of law. And I thought it was interesting because Tom Homan also went on CNN yesterday, and he's doing the media tours. And I told you about a week ago, I was like, all right, I've seen enough. I've heard enough from Tom Homan. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to work. But if you're going to keep apprehending 308 people a day, you can do all the media you want. That's fine by me as long as you're getting the job done. And he was having a conversation with Dana Bash. And, of course, Dana Bash is, sitting there stoically, and she's like, I think she said something to the effect of, so you're going to round up people.
We have that.
Oh, we do have that?
Yeah, roll it.
Okay, let's play this.
I think that there is some kind of image that people might have, given how much we heard President Trump and you in the months during the campaign, and certainly during the transition, talking about what's going to happen of people being rounded up, loaded on buses, and dropping them off on the border. Is that how you see this happening?
Well, I don't like the analogy of rounding up. Look, again, this is a targeted enforcement operation. The president's been clear on this. We're going to concentrate on public safety threats. But in sanctuary cities, where they don't let us take that public safety threat into custody and the safety and security of a jail, we have to go find them. If he's with others in the country illegally, ICE will not turn a blind eye to that. ICE is going to uphold the oath they took. They're going to enforce the laws enacted by Congress and signed by a president. And they're going to do that without apology. I mean, if sanctuary cities force us in this position, that's exactly what's going to happen.
It's just amazing to me that on the other side, if you're against all of this, right, you are trying to argue on behalf of illegal immigrants and their humanity at the expense of Americans, their humanity, and, oh, by the way, this thing we like to call the rule of law, right? Like, it's kind of an important concept in our American legal system, right? And I just see people like Dana Bash, and I think back to Martha's Vineyard. I think back to all of these little resort areas where the wealthy elites live, and they love to tell us about humanity and this, and hate has no home here. And then all of a sudden, when it shows up in their ritzy neighborhoods on their front porch, then all of a sudden, when they get knocked up over the side of the head, like figuratively, then all of a sudden it becomes an issue. Is there any doubt that if Dana Bash encountered an illegal immigrant in any sort of setting where she felt her livelihood was in danger, she'd be the first one to jump ship politically and say, you know what, yeah, Tom Homan, we need to do what we need to do? I just think all of these people are frauds, and they try to sell you on this fear of, like, Tom Homan and ICE are the bad guys. No, Tom Homan and ICE are law enforcement. We have to stop this vilification of law enforcement who are paid to uphold the law, protect us with public taxpayer money, and, oh, by the way, do their job. This is legitimately the mission statement of ICE and any of these other agencies. They're cops. Let cops be cops, right? Kash Patel, when he said he was going to take over at the FBI, look, you guys, why do we have 7,000 people in this building? You're cops, right? Go be cops. I played that clip countless times of Kash Patel. So, Dawn, I think this is, we talked about the vilification of law enforcement at the local level with George Floyd. It's actually gone to the national level when we talk about borders as well. This general umbrella that because you have a badge, handcuffs, and a gun, suddenly you're the bad guy. And I think that's something we need to kind of eradicate from our society.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that, there were official statements yesterday talking about putting all of this into perspective, to your point, when you think about, they keep mentioning the number that is updated. We had heard before 300 plus children being human trafficked that are being brought over illegally, that are not American children, that are missing. Now that number has been upped, and these are official White House documents. 550,000 unaccompanied children are here.
Yep.
Now, some of them, are they with a relative and they're okay? We just don't know because they were missing court dates. That's the issue.
True.
And so they're just saying more than 500,000 children are here. We cannot, they're missing children. And you think about in our community, if we had just one kid missing and and we thought that something horrible was happening to them. Think of little Dulce, who disappeared from the park right across the bridge in New Jersey. Every year we talk about how the fact that she was abducted and has vanished, and authorities believe that she's still alive. But she's one child who every year we think about her family celebrates her birthday and wants everybody to not forget her. This is 550,000 missing children. And isn't it bizarre that the media never talks about this?
Never talks about it. Barely touches on fentanyl.
Yep.
The Trump administration canceled travel for the refugees that were already cleared to come here. But I want to, because that's
plane travel.
Yeah, that's the headline on the AP. I want to go to Michigan real quickly, if we can here. This is a Michigan refugee worker who is now in critical condition after he was stabbed in his suburban home by an Afghan refugee that he resettled. Roll it.
A terrifying ordeal for a caseworker who helps refugees from Afghanistan get resettled into Michigan. Investigators in Oakland County say he was attacked in his own home in Orion Township Wednesday.
Well, it's terrible. I mean, obviously the person is trying to do their job, which is to help that person assimilate, and for whatever reason, this is the reaction he got.
Sheriff Mike Bouchard says a refugee helped by the caseworker somehow tracked down the caseworker's home address on Red Route Road showed up and stabbed them repeatedly, putting the victim in the hospital in critical condition.
We don't know specifically what his complaint was or his motive was, because the individual that was attacked is in surgery as we speak. He was stabbed multiple times.
Stabbed multiple times. My God. And that looks like a relatively nice, very upscale neighborhood, right?
Very nice.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. Speaking of neighborhoods, let's go to my neck of the woods. Liz Ann is in Bluebell. Liz Ann, good morning. How are you?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome.
You guys were mentioning about, ICE going into the schools and, are they going to take children? Of course, it's what the media wants you to believe. However, there was a clip on Fox News. I don't know if it was over the weekend, like last weekend or something, but there was it was a teenage girl interviewed in the middle of Pennsylvania in a little tiny town where they dumped a couple thousand immigrants, and they're actually putting 20-year-old men in the classrooms as students. So it's not that they're getting jobs in the schools. They're putting them in the classrooms, and they don't speak any English.
Putting 20-year-old men in classrooms as students?
20-year-old men, yes. And you can look into this. It was a clip on Fox News, and it was in Pennsylvania, which, obviously, it's close to home. You park up and you're listening. And, yes, they're putting them in classrooms as students.
And I'm assuming this is a high school, correct? I can't imagine a 20-year-old in in middle school or anything like that. Okay.
But this girl, she was about 15 or something, and she said these men are in the classrooms as students.
Oh my gosh! All right, yeah, we should look into
that. And of course, they don't speak any English, so of course it takes it's a total distraction from what students are there to do.
Right. Liz Ann, thank you so much.
They were Haitian.
Yeah. No, thank you for this. Well, I'm going to actually find if we can find that story. So if somebody can look that up, that would be interesting. I would love to know how that's even a thing at 20. But again, I don't know. There's probably some kids in high school that are so dumb that are 20 that are American citizens. So there you go. A couple of things I want to hit on quickly before we wrap up the hour, because it's been a great start so far for the Trump administration. I love the fact that a lot of these executive orders and actions have been put into place. We are seeing tangible proof of some results. I said right away, I think that the one thing Trump can get results on from day one is immigration and deportations. You know the number. We gave it to you multiple times. It's 308. But also, maybe a little bit of a riff here. And I am very intrigued. And again, ultimately, if Trump gets results, I don't really care, because these are more like media talking points and talk show fodder. But the question is, will Elon Musk eventually wear out his welcome? I made these jokes. I'm like, yeah, he's like Cato at OJ's house. He's occupying. I think there's a story out there that actually shows us Elon Musk is renting one of Trump's Mar-a-Lago properties, or like a hotel suite. Mm-hmm. I saw something to the effect that Elon's paying $2,000 a night for it, which is amazing. But then again, richest guy in the world. So there's this story coming out now after Trump spoke about Stargate AI, the artificial intelligence, and he had all the rich, wealthy people, the guy from Oracle, he had Sam Altman from OpenAI, he had the guy from SoftBank, and they were announcing that project. And Trump said it could be up to worth, I think, $500 billion. Some are saying it's right around $100 billion, with the potential to get to $500 billion. And Elon Musk has now come out and thrown some cold water all over this, saying a lot of these billionaire investors, they don't actually have the money to put up for this, which also can kind of tie us into TikTok as well, which is now valued around $50 billion, according to Semaphore. And I said, look, Elon Musk spent $22 billion on Twitter, right? So I knew TikTok would be much more expensive. It's $50 billion. And, I don't care how wealthy you are. Not easy to scrounge up $50 billion or be qualified enough to have enough assets to, make that transaction. But I get the feeling that this Elon Musk, Donald Trump thing will go one of two ways. I should say one of three ways. Either it'll be a great thing because, Doge, and we're going to have some business expenses cut off, all the fat, all the pork. I think that could go well. But we've already seen Vivek. He's on the outs now, right? And I don't think this is one of those things where, Elon Musk, he's calling the shots. It's still a Trump production. But I said this yesterday, and I think it's worth repeating. If you're going to butt heads with Elon Musk, I think you are probably going to be on the losing end. I think Trump is probably going to give Elon the benefit of the doubt, unless Trump feels like Elon's stepping on his toes. And there's a lot of egos here, right? Trump's got an ego. Musk has an ego. And I don't know if it was just Trump, shooting from the hip and saying things in advance, maybe not knowing all the specifics. But I don't know that that's going to sit well with Trump when Elon Musk says on X, actually, no, two of these three individuals, they don't have the money for this. So, I'm not really interested at a super high level in artificial intelligence. It's not a topic that, I'm fascinated by. I know a lot of people are caught up into it. The tech stuff's not really my forte. It doesn't tickle my fancy. But keep an eye on this story because they are saying, according to Mediaite, in reply to the OpenAI social media post, Musk shot down the announcement, stating simply, they don't actually have the money. He followed up with, quote, SoftBank has well under $10 billion secured. I have that on good authority. But that's just the starting point. There are several ways, according to Mediaite, to interpret Musk's comments. And I think that's what we do here, and all of you that are interested in this story are doing. He could simply be implying that revealing financial details, that the fundraising efforts are still underway, still a work in progress. They also say and report there is no denying, however, that his comment that this is still an ongoing project stand in stark difference to the tone of victory and project completion that Trump promoted just on Tuesday at the White House event. And that actually leads us to Trump and TikTok, because there's also a lot of Republicans that are staunch advocates of Trump. We're not talking never Trumpers here. We're not talking rhinos. We're talking about some that are big believers in the Trump MAGA first, American first agenda that do not believe Trump will be able to accomplish this TikTok goal within his 90-day framework that he has laid out. So I think those are two things to keep an eye on. And ultimately, I really don't care what happens to TikTok. I just don't want Americans to be spied on, and I don't want their free speech to be stifled. So two things to keep an eye on if you want to watch out for this. Semaphore with TikTok with that story, and the Musk AI Stargate stuff. You can read that on Mediaite. Dawn, do you get the feeling that there will be a butting of the heads at some point in the next 4 years between Trump and Elon? Because I do, and I hope Trump wins that battle. I like Elon, but dude, I didn't vote for you. I like you. I like what you stand for on a lot of issues, but I voted for Donald Trump, not Elon Musk. Just saying.
I don't know. I think as far as Elon Musk goes, I think he's one of those literal people. So he started talking numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So that was what I saw. That I don't think he's trying to push back on what Trump said or anything of that nature. I think somebody asks him a question, and he's like, "Well, they've only raised $10 billion." Like he's a numbers nerdy. You know what I mean? Like
I think it's more of a shot at the other billionaires, right?
I think he's just saying, dude, you need 100. You need 100 billion just to get started. And you're at 10.
Yeah, you're a little short, Holmes.
I don't know. I don't know. Is Elon? I don't think he would push back because he's not necessarily a policy guy.
No.
But maybe it's because he's more of a free market guy. He wanted a for-profit situation.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is maybe talking about something else. So I think it's more nuanced than the headlines. Everybody especially the legacy media, as we say, the corporate-run media, they right away are looking for anything that they can stir the pot with.
But you just have to imagine, though, that there's definitely there's probably already jealousy where people are looking around and saying, hey, this Elon Musk guy, where'd he come from all of a sudden? And he's in this, he's involved with that, he's Doge, he's AI. And it's like, I get it, he's a unique individual. At times he can be very entertaining and charismatic. Other times I want to blow my head off listening to him speak. But it's just one of these things and look, I didn't grow up as a Republican. I didn't become a Republican until 9 years ago. So I can't sit here and cast aspersions on who's authentic and switching. But, 2 years ago, he purchases Twitter, rebrands it to X, reestablishes free speech. And next thing you know, he's on the Trump campaign. And I think he was impactful. I think he brought more to Trump's bottom line in vote totals than Bobby Kennedy or Tulsi Gabbard. But, this guy all of a sudden's got his hands in everything, and, he's never garnered a vote in his life.
Headlines, CNN, Elon Musk bashes the $500 billion AI project Trump announced.
Yep.
Wall Street Journal, Musk pours cold water on Trump-backed Stargate AI project.
Yep.
CNBC, Musk undercuts Trump on Stargate AI investment announcement, and it goes on and on. So, I guess Sam Altman, is already pushing back on Elon now.
Here we go.
I think Trump likes the fact that now I know this sounds
He
weird.
likes them fighting.
He does.
Yeah.
He likes them.
Agreed. It's because it's like The Apprentice. It's a show.
Yep.
It's a show with these two fighting over.
Got a lot of smart, wealthy, egotistical men.
Because what he's doing is, to your point,
stupid.
is Trump.
God
What he
help
does
us all.
is Trump basically he throws something out there. He hurls something out there, and everybody starts kibitzing about it. Everybody's talking about it. If we're talking about it, right? Everybody's talking about it, and it's almost like, crowdsourcing. So you have all these people talking about it, and then it gets everybody excited about it, and you see all these people jumping and so I'll do this. All these money people, all these idea people, it's all and everything's in the headlines, which Trump loves.
Right.
And now you see it's almost a way of crowdsourcing.
But
Seriously.
I also want him not only to lean on other smart people, but when the other smart person is correct on something, I want Trump to bury the ego and I don't know, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, maybe it's always his way or the highway.
Oh, he's going to go with the best deal.
I
That's
hope
the
so.
whole thing.
Right. I hope so.
So I think it's basically you have all of these people working for us for free, and I think that's the point. The point is,
I kind of like that.
Yeah, they all work for us,
Yeah.
and we the people should get the best deal, not in some closed door government meeting where lobbyists get it and these career politicians pocket a lot of money.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. News on the way to kick off hour number 2. And then after that, as we get into the 7 o'clock hour, Kamala Harris says that her husband, Dougie, is dead weight. Ooh, the Daily Mail with a beautiful story. I'm old enough to remember when they said Doug Emhoff was reshaping and redefining masculinity. Amazing how that changes a few months later, huh? Kayal and Company, hour 2, coming up next.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. You know, we all want to trust the people that service our cars, and we all want convenience. With 10 locally owned United Tire locations, you can get your car into the shop and back on the road quick and easy. And whether it's for an oil change or an engine repair, they'll take the time to get to know you and your car. They always get you the best tire prices by shopping competition to save you money on all the major brands. Schedule for the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company. Some would say it's a catastrophe, but it is hour number 2 as we are rolling on this Thursday morning, another chilly day in the Delaware Valley. 855-839-1210. Cut sheets coming up 7:45, as well as our official spelling bee in honor of Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker and her inability to spell the Philadelphia Eagles correctly.
E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles!
Man.
I almost feel bad for her.
I know.
Because
I do not.
This will go down as the one thing that she's remembered for.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Yep. Well, that and that, Sixers arena in 2031.
By the way, before we get to news real fast, can I just
Yeah.
say this? Speaking of Elon Musk, get over to YouTube because you want to see this video.
Uh-oh.
This is from the inauguration. This is on the rotunda. Are we sure Elon Musk is not a robot?
He could very well be.
Look at this video, Nick. You can describe it. Look at this video and tell me that it doesn't look like he's glitching here. Roll it, Phil.
Which is one of the things he said he was going to do. Creating
Oh my God, his head is spinning. His eyes are rolling around.
Look at him.
I mean, is that the...
Guys.
What does he have, Asperger's? What is it?
Yeah, he's on the spectrum. Right, be careful here.
But it looks like it looks like he's glitching a little bit, doesn't he?
He's
he's a robot.
He's
No, well, this-
close.
Stop.
No, he's close to whatever you said, the spectrum.
Yeah, he's
autistic, right?
He has
Or-
some of the tism.
Or maybe
and
maybe he's on a little ecstasy or something. I don't know.
Well, there were those reports out there.
Yeah, I'm not just I'm just throwing. I don't know. I don't know what he's on, but I mean, he has, he does microdose.
Yeah.
I think he's mentioned that.
Yeah. Remember that blunt? Blunt he was smoking on the Rogan show?
That's Asperger's to look like your eyes are rolling in the back of your head.
Is it
I don't know.
Asperger's, or am I getting?
I thought
the-
it was. I
Yeah.
thought that which is considered on the spectrum
Yeah.
apparently.
Yeah, he's got all. Look,
But-
I would venture to say that Elon Musk is a hot mess. I think that's.
Why do you say he's a hot mess?
The guy never sleeps. He's playing video games. He's running 5 companies. I mean, he's probably chugging Red Bulls. He's got 42 kids with 19 moms.
He does not. Here's the thing about him. I think, and that's why it was. I think we should have all said. Everybody should have said that when.
I love throwing a grenade. And
I
just
know.
letting you
Triggers. When CNN and everybody was saying, "Oh, look at when he was saying that, you have my heart," and he was putting his hand on his heart, and flinging out his arm like that, and he does have sort of robotic, different movements. And they were saying he was doing a Hitler thing. I think people should. I think those CNN anchors, all the people who were saying that, AOC, you played that audio yesterday. We should say, you guys are bullying and making fun of somebody who's on the spectrum.
Oh, for
shame
God's
on you.
sake!
Well,
that's what we have to do to them.
They're slandering him. They're defaming him, which is remarkable if you think about it.
The pearl clutching. He can take care of himself.
ABC News.
Well, you know why I'm saying that, because that's what they would
But
do.
it's ridiculous.
They've all been hit with defamation suits. You think they would tread a little bit more carefully before they start throwing stones again, right?
And by the way, the new FCC appointed by Trump, new FCC chair, is reinstating they're looking at all those. I think CBS is definitely going to settle, but we'll see with ABC and that debate that was right here.
They've all been
in
hit,
Philadelphia,
including Fox. Going back to the defamation against Dominion, right? Every network, whether you like the network or you hate the network, has been slapped with defamation in the last 4 years. Amazing.
I don't know. That video's amazing.
It is. I'd like to party with Elon. Maybe have a couple of Tito's.
I don't know if he drinks. I think he just imbibes in substances because we've seen it. We've seen it with Joe Rogan. He's admitted to microdosing.
Yeah.
So me asking if he's on X or Molly or whatever the hell it's called now, with his eyes rolling back, and it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Where was that at, by the way? Was that during the pastor's sermon, or was that a different thing?
It looks like it's in the rotunda.
Okay.
They're all bowing their heads.
Yeah.
Which is another. Phil, roll it one more time. They're all bowing their heads, which is another interesting. Which is another. We don't need to hear the audio. Look.
He could have a neck cramp.
Well, look. Could he be meditating like Gary Stamp said? Like he could be doing like exercises. You know what I mean? Like
yeah. Or he could be saying, "Man, there's 8,000 things I'd rather be doing right now than standing here."
But his pupils are pretty.
They are pretty big. I love big pupils. I like big pupils, and I cannot lie.
Yeah.
855-839-1210. All right, we do have to get to Dawn's news, but don't forget the spelling bee is coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. And I think, and Jimmy Kelly's done a great job putting together some production for this. We have another giveaway with that concert that's coming up. I forget what it is, but it's awesome. We've been doing it all week. January 31st, Lock Performing Arts Center, kind of like a cover band type thing. I'll give you those details. That's what you will be playing for. And everybody on the show is going to participate in this. I've got a bunch of famous Philadelphia-based institutions for our spelling bee that include eateries, buildings, politicians, past or present, places, sports, universities, food, those that have left Philadelphia for Hollywood and for entertainment. All of that coming up. I'm going to give you a name or a word or a building, and you're going to have to spell it correctly. You're going to want to get on the phones. We're going to have some fun with this. Stalker, Dawn, Phil, and Jimmy Kelly will all be put to the test in a spelling bee. I'm excluded. I'm exempt. I came in third place in the 5th grade Paxenosa Elementary spelling bee, so I've already proven my chops.
And we know you can't spell. So.
Well, my grammar's terrible, but I know I can spell. Actually, you know what? You guys can give me words, and I'll participate as well if you'd like. But if you can do better than the entire cast of Kayal and Company, you're going to get the prize that we have for you that we typically would give away on the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
By the way, Robert Hawkins says, are we all aware that Greg is for sure on the spectrum, but completely unaware of it? Okay, maybe I am.
Oh. Are you?
Robert.
Wow.
What a dummy he is.
Oh, Robert taking shot. You don't like it. You calling out Elon, and then Robert does a stalker and makes you out to be Elon. You don't like it now,
I have a thin skin. I admit that.
All right.
How dare you.
Let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:10. No thin skin.
Just sit there and listen like a good,
Yeah. Just tough loving from Dawn Stensland.
Wow. Good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this morning. On this Thursday morning, January 23rd, we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group with cold weather warnings and alerts still in effect this morning. But I'll tell you when we will break at least the deep freeze. want to get to all of what's going on, but there is some breaking news this morning because police are confirming that a person has died after being struck by a SEPTA Broad Street Line train. This is in Philadelphia's Center City. It happened within the past less than 2 hours ago this morning, 300 block North Broad Street, right there at the Race Vine Station. Rescue crews answering the 911 calls as they were responding to reports of a person under a train, but that person was tragically pronounced dead at the scene. So express service temporarily suspended. That's in both directions, but I believe that has just resumed, and SEPTA police as well as others are investigating at the scene. So that's the breaking news this morning. We also have a warning as well as a plea from the Philadelphia Department of Health. They're saying that the city's first suspected case of avian influenza, bird flu as it's commonly known, has been detected in a snow goose. And this sick goose was found in the 1200 block of North 59th Street, right near Carroll Park. And this is West Philadelphia. It was actually found Saturday, January 11th. So over the weekend, Saturday, January 11th, then they had to go through the testing of everything and the state testing. The preliminary testing shows that this bird indeed had bird flu. So the plea they're putting out here, if you were in that area of Carroll Park and had any kind of direct contact with the sick snow goose on or around January 11th, they're saying please contact the Philadelphia Department of Public Health's Division of Disease Control. They just want to make sure that if somebody was exposed to it or came close to it, saw it, that they want to make sure that they're tested so that they can get some early treatment. And so they say that the threat, they're not trying to make any panic. The threat to H5N1, as it's known, is low, but they wanted to issue this alert out of an abundance of caution. What if somebody was there, maybe their little, child ran up to it and touched it, which they just put out that warning. If you see a dead bird or a dead animal anywhere, just don't go up and touch it, especially with your bare hands, or let your dog or cat, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Maybe we could do some contact tracing now, right?
Yeesh.
Remember those days?
Yeah, right.
Oh, jeez. That's the last thing with everything that's going on right now with COVID, the flu, RSV, norovirus, and whatever else is out there. The last thing we need is bird flu in this area.
I knew somebody, I told you guys this, right? A girlfriend of mine, her dad died of bird flu, but this was like more than 15 years ago that this happened. And so I was like, what is that? And she said, they still don't know how he got it. And so all I can think of is that these Canadian geese, they're a migratory bird. And, you think about they poop everywhere. You know what I mean? You're
really?
out walking your dog, you're going for a walk, and they're all around ponds, and I think you have to think about that and be careful. So take your shoes off at the front door.
Yeah.
Don't track it all over the house.
Maybe we should send some troops up to the northern border. Send up 10,000 of them and keep the geese out of here.
Yeah,
Stay
right?
in Canada.
We've been talking this morning a lot about the fast-moving developments within the new administration, the Trump administration, the Laken-Riley Act, which we've talked a lot about, as you know, heading to President Trump's desk this morning after passing the House yesterday. It'll be the first bill Trump signs into law as president in his new administration, a bill that would allow the detention of undocumented immigrants illegally who've come here accused of any kind of violence, crimes, theft-related issues. It's all part of the president's plan to overhaul immigration policy, and we've been talking a lot about this. The Laken-Riley Act, named, of course, in memory of a nursing student murdered last February by an illegal immigrant in Georgia, and that illegal immigrant arrested, charged, and then it was confirmed that he is a gang member. According to the authorities, the prosecutors there, she was stalked and, stalked, raped, murdered, tortured by this person, or allegedly by this person. It's a horrific story.
Well, I think it's Jose Ibarra, I believe is his name.
The suspect.
Yeah, and he was already convicted. That case is over. I mean, he's gone. He's done.
So it's just it's sickening because the media seemed hesitant to report on his criminal past, how many times even he had been detained here, not really slipping through the cracks, but allowed to slip through the cracks.
Absolutely.
So we'll continue to talk about that this morning. But yesterday, obviously, President Trump even signing new executive orders, and in the newest executive order invoking the National Emergencies Act regarding what Trump has called the crisis at the southern border of the United States. And so the executive order declares a national emergency at the southern border following what the White House calls 4 years of record-shattering illegal immigration into the United States. At the same time, we know that the ICE raids and arrests were happening yesterday. Among those 300-plus arrested accused murderers, pedophiles, rapists, violent predators who've come illegally into this country. And the executive order signed yesterday directs the Secretary of Defense to deploy additional personnel to the border, including members of the armed forces and the National Guard. So you're looking at thousands of individuals who have already been deployed to the southern border. It directs the Secretaries of Defense as well as Homeland Security to finish the wall along the southern border, get the job done, and ensures that DHS has all the flexibility it needs to operate air missions right near the border.
Yeah, I saw, also speaking of the border, Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, is back in the buoy business, setting up all of those, roadblocks along, his jurisdiction, which was great to see, which we know the Biden administration made very difficult for him over those 4 years.
And the White House declaring yesterday as part of this, saying this has the last 4 years policies have led to untold hundreds of thousands of children being trafficked, and citing the number 550,000 unaccompanied children here illegally, brought here illegally by illegals, and they were encountered at some point at the border or estimated by Border Patrol. So they've come here, that 550,000, that more than 500,000 number, since the fiscal year 2021.
Yep.
So those are some of the numbers that they're citing just yesterday by the White House. They also talk about fentanyl and other drugs pouring over the border, they say, flooding our communities, killing at least 75,000 Americans just last year, and the number one cause of death for Americans ages 18 to 45.
About that. The number one killer in the first half of your life as an adult is fentanyl.
So, I'm always checking now the whitehouse.gov, which I always checked in the previous administration. They didn't have all of it, but this is the latest thing you'll see at the top, the latest news conference that was just put out yesterday. They talk about the dangerous gangs that have come into this city, and specifically one of the latest releases by the White House cites by name Americans like Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nunn Gary, Rachel Morin, and says many, many others.
Yep.
So citing them by name. And so we'll continue today. The breaking news will continue throughout the day. Obviously, there will be a live news conference, no doubt, and we will see President Trump sign. And it will be the first law that he enacts or signs into law, because the House just passed this yesterday. So watching for that. And we haven't even brought up the fact of what happened at 5 p.m. yesterday after Trump had issued that executive order terminating illegal DEI and diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility mandates, policies, programs, preferences, activities in the federal government under whatever name they appear.
Yeah.
That's all going on.
He also got rid of the requirement for you as a legal immigrant, keyword legal, about the vaccination requirements for COVID, which is huge. So now if you were seeking legal migration, or you were, I don't know all the nuances to it, but there was that requirement about getting the COVID shot, which was also so hypocritical during the last administration, where Americans were forced to get a COVID shot with a vaccine mandate, but illegal immigrants could come into the country unvaccinated. So that whole COVID vaccine mandate hypocrisy, that's come to a close as well.
Yeah, there. It's. I mean, we could go on and on just talking about what happened yesterday and the nuances within some of these reversals of laws and so on. I'll take you locally really quick. Philadelphia City Council. It's Thursday. They meet Thursdays, so this will be the first time they meet since. And doesn't it seem like a month ago this happened? But it just is a week ago that this is the first city council meeting since they learned that the Sixers arena will not go along Market East.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're expecting some fireworks. They held that special hearing yesterday to deal with the sanctuary city status. And then in contrast with some of the Trump, executive orders we've talked about, we have that going on. I'll just bring up to you that the Philadelphia School District wants all high school students who failed their state algebra tests to retake them in an attempt to pass. They're offering a cash incentive.
Cash incentives to pass a test?
Yes.
Is there a more useless subject than algebra?
I was just going to say that.
Math matters. We talked yesterday about all these
adding, subtracting, dividing, multiplying, percentages.
We have to teach it differently.
I haven't used algebra since 10th grade.
Math, fine. Algebra, that's not, no.
I was terrible at both.
There's no reason, unless it specifically relates to a field that you're in.
That's not true.
That you need algebra.
Have you ever?
How dare you?
Have you ever? Okay, let me give you an example.
No,
We're going to do an algebra test today.
We're going to do a little algebra
and
here.
spelling bees. I love this.
Have you ever owed money? Let's say to
bookie,
a school, maybe paying off your student loan back in the day.
Yes.
And you say to whatever, if you're negotiating that, you say, well, can we amortize these payments? Can we instead of paying in a lump sum? Can we amortize these?
Yeah, I don't even know what amortize
What does that
means.
mean? Dawn with Dumb and Dumber. Dawn's the smart one, folks.
Dawn, do you want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? Sorry.
Yeah. So now, what grade did you say this was? Because I remember algebra was 9th grade.
Yeah. 8th.
Geometry was 10th. Algebra 2 was 11th. And then we didn't have to take trigonometry in 12th if we didn't want to.
That's public schools.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah.
Which is why Philadelphia school, why we're just to a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Because kids in the private schools, I mean, they're getting algebra years earlier than public schools. On top of it, we have a teacher shortage.
Learn a trade. Stop with the algebra. Learn a trade.
Well, if you learn a trade, you would actually learn more about algebra than clearly you're learning in the Philadelphia public schools.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because my brother always says that, even learning how to do, my brother can do electricity, construction, he can do plumbing, and he points out, I mean, he scored so high in all the SATs, and he never studied for it.
Yeah.
It's because since he was a kid with my dad, my uncle, you know what I mean, my grandpa, he learned all of that.
Yeah.
And you're actually learning math.
Can your brother follow a clock and hit a break on time?
I can't.
He actually would better than I do. All right, we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Get special 0% financing for up to 72 months on the new 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan or ID4 electric SUV. So just visit Piazza Volkswagen of Langhorne or Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore at its new location, 205 East Lancaster Avenue. That's 205 East Lancaster Avenue right there in beautiful Ardmore. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. We're headed up to 30 degrees today, and we'll be out of the deep freeze as we're now into the 30s until Sunday. But that's when we hit the 40s. Woohoo! Bright sunny days ahead. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Up next, it is all Doug's fault. But first, no fault with Piazza Auto Group or the Honda Prologue.
No, do that again. She just did one.
Oh.
Okay, I'll do it.
Not allowed to do two.
All right.
It's too much Piazza love,
I
Nick.
should have stopped with a great tease. I had the tease nailed. Back after this.
Yeah, we got to talk about our friends at Marvin E. Cans. I'll tell you what, I have no doubt that the guys who are coming out today or tomorrow, they probably are some of the guys that we're talking about who are better at math like my brother, because they did go to great trade schools, highly trained and fully vetted, because that's what Marvin E. Cans is all about. By the way, a third generation owned, locally owned, veteran founded company. Jonathan Cans telling me about his grandfather, great grandpa, who was a war veteran. and a war hero for that. So I had them out. I'm so glad I did before this deep freeze so that my HVAC, my heating unit is running just great. Take my advice. Call Marvin E. Cans. You want to make sure that your furnace gets checked, especially in this deep freeze of winter. Here's the thing. If you need a new unit or you need some parts replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price. And then they may very well install a high-efficiency Train furnace. That's my recommendation. It's hard to stop a train, Trane. You got to check them out. Marvin E. Cans. And by the way, they are not commissioned salespeople. They're highly trained technicians. Great guys. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Marvin E. Kanze. Remember the name. MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey, I got you something. What's this? Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV.
Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the
New customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Yeah, their artisan collections, gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
Oh, yeah. It's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply by February 12th and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
fobbed off.
Yeah, fobbed off, baby. Everybody's fobbed off. It's a fobbed off Thursday here on Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube, as thousands of you do on a daily basis. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit that like and subscribe button. Don't forget, coming up, Cut Sheet. Just about 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so.
By the way, speaking of the Odyssey app, hang on a second. Everybody wake up, come on. Speaking of the Odyssey app, if you're not following us, please do. So hit the follow button, because you'll get alerts throughout the day. You know, we send little alerts to your phone to let you know breaking news, what we're talking about, all kinds of stuff. So make sure you hit the follow button to get those. Yeah, like today, if you were following this morning, you got alerted at 6 a.m. So, so just make sure you're following us on the Odyssey app.
How about that?
Yeah.
You learn something new every day.
Yeah.
You're reaching out to the audience saying, hey, we're talking about this. You might want to open up that app.
We're talking to you.
Yeah.
If you want to hear us.
All right, beautiful.
Thank you.
All right. So let's get to this. We've had a lot of heavy topics the last couple of days. Let's get into the gossip, so to speak, in the political world. You know, we've been talking about, Michelle Obama, and she, apparently, is on the outside looking in maybe at her own marriage. I mean, is it possible that Barack and Michelle, as well as Kamala and Doug, both get divorced in 2025? Interesting to keep an eye on if you like that sort of juicy gossip. But the Daily Mail with a story, and I've got to give, and look, the Daily Mail is tabloidish in nature. I would say it's more tabloidish than the New York Post, which is far more, I would say, harder hitting journalism. But you have to give the Daily Mail credit.
No, it's not. The New York Post is not hard hitting journalism.
I think
no, it's
you
not.
Miranda Devine?
No, okay, maybe one reporter, but the New York Post is not. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Well, what would you consider hard-hitting journalism? I mean, I would say Michael Schellenberger and people like that without a, bought and paid for interest would be, I don't know, the Barry Weisses of the world.
My thoughts are always, you want to find the best journalists, the best, scoops on stories, go locally.
Locally?
Yeah, locally.
Who's a hard-hitting journalist locally? Dawn, you're a journalist. Who would you consider hard-hitting locally?
Yeah, who would you consider, Greg?
I don't know. I'm just saying that usually the best scoops come from local journalists.
I would say the one of the people I think is the best is Steve Keeley.
Yeah,
Steve is not. The funny thing is, he does not have a title of investigative journalist. He's not part of an investigative unit, but I think he breaks more stories than, if you look at cumulative over the years, than anybody I can think of in the city.
No, it's actually a fascinating conversation. We can go down that sidetrack rabbit hole if we want. I'm thinking of 3, 6, 29, and 10 on mainstream television here in Philadelphia. I mean, Steve Keeley, Fox 29. You're not going to say like Yuki Washington or Action News people. Like those are
They're anchors or reporters.
Yeah, Yuki was a sports guy who they made an anchor guy.
And
he's never out in the field.
And maybe I'm thinking back to my days in Philadelphia with sports. The Philadelphia sports beat writers, they never broke a story at all. It was always the big national people with all the agents and the contacts that would get the dirt. So, I mean, that's why I kind of look at...
John Clark sometimes.
John Clark is very good. Yes, he is a grinder. He'll be at airports at 5 a.m. for the scoop.
Kind of lives it.
Yep, absolutely. So the Daily Mail is reporting that former Vice President Kamala Harris is in marriage turmoil as she is now blaming Doug Emhoff for losing the presidency for her. This is unbelievable. Wow. First of all, I want to play you this clip here. This is K10, Phil. This was Jen Psaki. Remember in the fall, late summer, early fall, it was all about masculinity, right? Once Kamala Harris became the candidate and Tim Walz was her VP, all we heard was about Tim Walz redefining masculinity and Doug Emhoff. And then the Daily Mail, credit to them, they were the first and for a while the only outlet that was reporting on the fact that Doug Emhoff knocked up his nanny, impregnated her while being married to his first wife. That is confirmed in fact. And then there's allegations that Doug Emhoff has physically assaulted women and was also a sexist, chauvinistic pig in his L.A. law firm. That has not been confirmed, but those are the reports. And this is Jen Psaki talking with Doug Emhoff just a few months ago about masculinity.
Important part, an interesting part of how people have talked about your role here is how your role has reshaped the perception of masculinity. And I'm not sure you planned on that, but you are an incredibly supportive spouse. Has that been an evolution for you? And do you think that's part of the role you might play as first gentleman?
It's funny. I've started to think a lot about this. I've always been like this. My dad was like this. And to me, it's...
That guy's a stone fraud. Sources saying that Doug Emhoff has been labeled dead weight in the marriage. You never want to be dead weight. Never want to be dead weight, right? You don't want your wife to ever call you dead weight. You don't want the in-laws to call you dead weight. Not that I have any experience in being called that. You do not want to be called dead weight. And now, according
Take it from me.
Yes.
Oh, my Lord.
Yes. And now...
Nick's therapy session at
That's correct.
7:37 in the morning.
According to the reports, as she weighs her political future, and if you want to know about her political future, SD Palti, our girl who does the Kamala impersonation, gave us a great glimpse into the future of what Kamala's political future looks like. Go back and watch the video on our 1210 Twitter feed. She has to consider whether or not Emhoff is an asset or a liability moving forward in her public professional career. One source exclusively told the Daily Mail, quote, "There's plenty of blame to go around as far as Kamala is concerned, and Doug has his fair share. Doug did Kamala no favors during the election, frankly. He looked like a hypocritical ass after the bombshells that he had got his child's nanny pregnant while married to his first wife and allegedly assaulted his ex-girlfriend on the heels of his I Am Woman crusade. Despite their brave united front at the inauguration and at Jimmy Carter's January 9th funeral, those close to the couple believe all is not, quote, hunky-dory between them. And word is the husband of California girl Kamala has already signed up for a job with a big Apple law firm, which would require them to split their time between New York and Los Angeles. But behind the scenes, there's more details. And behind their carefully curated social media posts and campaign photos, even the strongest of those relationships are facing challenges. Another source went on to say, quote, "I see the signs that not all is hunky-dory in the Harris household. It's not like she hasn't had men help further her political career before," the source said, referring to her affair with the former San Francisco mayor that Sean Farish loves to bring up, that being Willie Brown. But the question is now, what does Doug do for her moving forward? Those closest to her believe she will skip the race for California governor, which she believes is, quote, a thankless, no-win job, and instead try for the presidency again in 2028. So there you go. Masculinity. For weeks and weeks, we heard that Dougie and Timmy were all about it, and all of us straight, white, heterosexual, male Trump supporters were toxic masculinity. Just interesting how the media always props these individuals up, and they are nothing but the biggest bunch of frauds. And that works on both sides, by the way. That's not just Democrats. There's a ton of fraud Republicans out there that claim to be holier than thou, and they're the biggest scumbags alive as well. So I call it as I see it. But Doug Emhoff, yeah, he's dead weight. Dawn, your thoughts on this? I mean, you're a wife. You deal with men. You've got boys. I know. I can firsthand. There's been times where I was a little lazy, and my wife looked at me, and she says, "I need you to get off your, you know what, and carry your fair share of the weight."
I think that
is Dougie a freeloader?
I think somebody who think about her, and the headlines this morning: New York Post, unemployed Kamala Harris's neighbors are annoyed by her return. I guess she had this, full of fanfare return to her Brentwood home on Monday, and there are all these headlines about, her coming back to California. And that people are not happy with her in California, and especially accusing her of, insensitivity, basically, coming back, expecting everybody to be like, "Oh, we're so happy you're back home and welcome." And they're like, "What have you done for us lately?" And the fires, by the way, intensifying with the Santa Ana winds yesterday and the death toll rising. I would say this. that as a professional individual, for her to blame her husband, it shows her personality. She is not someone who takes accountability.
True.
Because if you can't take accountability in your own marriage, it takes two to tango.
Yeah.
I mean, my husband said we'll celebrate 25 years of marriage this year. By the way, happy wedding anniversary to the Trumps,
Yeah.
Melania and Donald.
So
Yesterday, 20 years.
Your 25 is coming up?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah. But Larry has a saying that it takes at least one of you at any given time. One of you has to be in love because sometimes you got to carry the other one.
Mm-hmm.
But if both of you, you know what I mean? And but the truth is, we're all grown-ups. We're professionals. And you cannot, she's the professional politician. She ran for president.
She had a
She
92%
failed.
staff turnover rate.
Yes.
She must
failed.
be. You thought the reports of Carrie Underwood being a pain in the butt were legit. There's no doubt about it that Kamala Harris must be painful to work for or perhaps even live with, right? I mean, 92% turnover rate. Eventually, it's like it's a you thing, right?
Yeah.
Like if you keep getting fired from job after job after job, or you keep going through relationship after relationship after relationship, you can only point the finger so many times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, woe is me. It's always your fault. Eventually, you might have to just look yourself in the mirror and say, you know what? Maybe I'm the one with the character flaws or the issues that I need to correct, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's absolutely spot on with Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I mean, she's been married. They've been married 10 years. So it's not, like to turn to him. He's not a professional politician. You knew who you married.
Yeah.
Be accountable. But obviously she's going to blame Dougie.
Yep. I will defend Doug and other men married to female politicians. There's no doubt. I would, and I've said this before, I can do nothing better than anybody. If you told me right now that my wife was running for president, I would have no issue being first gentleman. First gentleman. I would go to all the fundraisers. I'd have champagne. I'd do the whole hors d'oeuvres. Trust me.
Don't touch anybody's nanny there. Don't even look at that nanny.
And the whole world could be like, oh, Nick, find your marbles and return them to your you-know-what. Carry your fair share of the weight. I would be a great first gentleman. I'd have my hair done. The whole
Nick
bit.
Kayal, running to be a kept man.
That's right. I'd have no, and I've said this also on the show. If my wife was like a surgeon and made 5 times what I make, I would have no shame in that whatsoever. I am.
That
absolutely.
sounds great.
Would
That's
you work?
Wonderful.
Would you work?
If my wife was a surgeon,
Yeah.
I'd do a Saturday show for you. From 7 to 10, I'd fill the old Opoka spot just to stay, just to keep the fastball alive from time to time.
But look at what you're real, and you know what I mean. He got up there at the DNC, and we had to watch all of it so that you all didn't have to. And he came off as like, I'm Mr. Nice Guy, and you know what I mean. It was all this big smarmy act.
He makes Gavin Newsom seem believable.
Yeah.
I swear to God. 855-839-1210. All right, we'll come back. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet. Don't forget, are you better at spelling than the mayor of Philadelphia? We will do a Sherelle Parker-themed spelling bee coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. And then also Athan Kutsarumbis from Real Clear Politics, why he believes the GOP victory this past fall was no fluke in the state of Pennsylvania. So purple trending red, he believes it's red moving forward. We'll get his data points on why he believes so coming up in just about an hour and a half. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. We're talking about the Honda Prologue. It is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles. On a single charge and a fast charge time, you can cruise the roads worry-free, and it comes with 3 different charging options to choose from, including that portable charging kit for when you are on the go, because we're all busy. We're all going from work to the house to the kids' extracurricular activities, dropping them off at school. That portable charging kit will always come in handy. You can lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. How about that? A Honda SUV for under $230 a month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne, or you can check them out online right now during the commercial at piazzahonda.com.
The new 2025 Harley-Davidsons have arrived at Barb's Harley-Davidson. Barb's is Philly's closest and New Jersey's #1 dealer, and they want to be your Harley-Davidson dealer too. Be there Saturday for the new model reveal party, only at Barb's. Check us out at barbshd.com. It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Earn unlimited cash back up to 4% when you use your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard for essential items such as groceries, gas, and purchases from pharmacies and home improvement stores. You'll earn 2% cash back on all other purchases, such as travel and dining. There's no limit on the amount of cash back you can earn, giving you more purchasing power for each transaction. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs all day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Well, it's all right. Riding around in the breeze. Well, it's all right. If you live the life you please. Well, it's all right. Doing the best you can. Well, it's all right. As long as you lend a hand.
7:49. Maybe Doug Emhoff doesn't lend a hand. Maybe that's why he is allegedly labeled as dead weight. What a life to live, though, huh? Kayal and Company rolling on this Thursday morning, a 12-degree Thursday. Spelling Bee coming up in just over an hour and 10 minutes. Athan Kutsarumbas from Real Clear Politics, PA, at 9:20. And, of course, your calls. We'll get to some of them and we'll weave those in as we get through a Thursday edition from Greg Stocker of what is on that cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
For the cut sheet on this Thursday, sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Open a First Harvest Credit Union growth savings account and earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. Remember the other day when Trump was signing the executive orders? Peter Doocy was the guy in there, and he told them about the letter that Joe Biden
in the desk.
left in the desk. He reminded him. Well, apparently, Trump gave the letter to Peter Doocy, and Peter Doocy went on TV and said what the letter said. Would you guys like to hear what the letter from Joe Biden to President Trump said?
Yes.
I'm always fascinated by this stuff.
I am too.
You know what I mean? To see how this rolls out. All right, roll it, Phil.
Now, for the first time anywhere in the world, this history-making text of what it said on the inside. The letterhead was of Joseph R. Biden Jr. It said President of the United States. And his cursive handwriting that I reviewed was difficult to read at times, but this is what I got from the letter. Let's read it together. Dear President Trump, as I take leave of this sacred office, I wish you and your family all the best in the next 4 years. The American people and people around the world look to this House for steadiness in the inevitable storms of history. And my prayer is that in the coming years will be a time of prosperity, peace, and grace for our nation. May God bless you and guide you as he has blessed and guided our beloved country since our founding. Joe Biden, 1/2025. And that is it. I got a call that President Trump was ready to share the contents of the letter. We heard him last night describe it as inspirational. And that is, we can confirm the president's assessment. All right. It is an inspirational, forward-looking well-wish, and quite possibly the only time that they will exchange letters ever again.
So there you have it. Does anybody actually believe that Joe Biden wrote the letter?
Well, he said it was hard to read.
Yeah. I know the front of the envelope. We saw the picture of it, and we saw the video when Trump pulled it out of that drawer in the desk. It just said 47 on the front of the envelope, and there's the contents on the inside. I don't know. After 4 years and everything that happened in this country, it seems a little too rich for my blood, but.
A little anticlimactic, too. I mean, I would have liked to have heard him say something like, "You're a threat to democracy.
Yeah.
I can't believe you won this."
Do you
know
really
what I mean?
keep Hitler in your prayers? I don't know. I just find that interesting that after all that, then it's, well, we wish you the best, and okay, just go away.
I also think this is, Trump knew that. I think it's fascinating that he gave that letter to Peter, and it's a neat thing for Peter to have, obviously, because it's an actual piece of American history.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think that thing should be in a museum.
You know,
I mean, we had the most incredible 4 years from a political standpoint we'll probably ever have again in our lifetimes.
But the fact that he gave it to Peter is fascinating to me. He always wants to give a little gift in the Oval Office there.
Is it me, or is there this sense of, and I try to call it the way I feel and the way, what I see. Is Trump trying to, he hasn't taken a lot of shots at Joe and Kamala in the last couple of weeks. I mean, it's been
he won. I mean, to your point, everybody wants to take shots at him and do all this and that. He's not. I don't think he's somebody who looks in the rearview mirror. You know what I mean? Those drivers who look in the rearview.
Yeah, there was no part in the last 4 years where he was consumed with 2020 or anything. Yeah, he never looks in the rearview mirror.
Well, the reason that he looked at that was because he didn't have the job.
Yeah.
But right now, think about the world. I mean, he's busy.
He doesn't. Now,
He's
know,
really busy.
I know he teed off, and we got the mean tweets, aka now the mean truths. You know, the 12:39 a.m. post about the pastor, which was glorious because now we have a hoax and we've got mean tweets in 2 days. I love it.
And then
Makes
she
for
was on
content.
The View yesterday
Yeah,
too.
but other than that, I don't know. And maybe I could be wrong because in 3 days from now, he might just go on a tirade and just be nuking everybody with his words. But he does seem a little more subdued this time, doesn't he?
Yes.
I don't know. Again, I hate to be like that guy, but like it just seems, after the shooting, and I'm not even trying to claim that he's found religion because I don't buy that. I really don't. You can get mad at me for saying that. I don't believe that. But like when you do get, you're in a spot where you were millimeters away from dying. Maybe you do lose a little bit of the desire to throw the fastball every single day, right? It's not to say that he still doesn't have it, but there's no need to throw 20 fastballs in the first inning if you can mix in slider, curveball, and changeup.
Speaker Mike Johnson, speaking of that, has announced that Congress will investigate Joe Biden's pardons of his family members because we just can't let stuff go. We have to keep going with things. Roll cut 2, Phil.
It was shocking. It was shocking what President Biden did on the way out, pardoning his family for more than a decade of whatever activity, any nonviolent offenses. It was breathtaking to us. I don't think that's anything like that's ever been anticipated. And by the way, go look at the tape. 4 years ago, when it was just implied that President Trump might do something similar, they were apoplectic. Joe Biden himself, Adam Schiff, Chuck Schumer. Roll the tape. They all said that would be crazy and unconscionable, and now they're cheering it along. To us, it is disgusting. To us, it probably proves the point, the suspicion that they call it the Biden crime family. If they weren't the crime family, why do they need pardons, right? Look, there's a lot of attention that's going to be paid to this, and I think that is appropriate, and we will be looking at it as well.
Here's a tip to the GOP. Let it go.
Well, here's my thing. There's no doubt, in my opinion, that the Bidens did commit what they've been accused of doing. The math doesn't add up. I know we've been talking about mathematics today. You don't need to be an algebra expert to figure out that the Bidens were doing it. But I don't need another song and dance, another pony show. The Jim Jordan. And I love Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan's one of my favorite Republicans. But I'm at the point now where I'm more worried about the cost of living crisis. I'm more worried about deportations. But I just, what I try to do is look at it professionally from this show standpoint and personally for my life. Would these investigations create big takes? Yes. So that would be cool. But all I care about is the cost of living crisis. The groceries, the housing market, energy, crime, wars, and border. That's it. The rest of it is talk show fodder, which I love. That's what I do for a living. It's how I feed my family. But it's not going to go anywhere. And I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. I just, put it like number 10 on the list. But there's 9 other things I care about.
They were already investigating them. Remember late summer, or no, midsummer, I would say. Remember the House Oversight Committee? They released the report, and they were continuing these investigations, especially into James Biden, right, his brother, who he just pardoned, and Hunter as well, but more focused on James Biden and some of those financial activities. So I think that they have a course where they have to follow up. They have a certain, this involved IRS whistleblowers and all of those whistleblowers. I think they have an obligation if they were already tasked with just finishing the investigation.
Right.
But I agree with you that I do think the American people, I don't care if somebody was pardoned or not, they need to know what they did and how they did it so that nobody can do it again. Because remember, what was his name? He had that Bobulinski. Remember the
Tony Bobulinski.
And you never hear anything about him.
No.
But he was very detailed in saying that even there were, texts and emails like they'll never catch us because we're smarter, and how they hid all the money and weaved it through. So we do need to know if they did do it, which they allegedly did a whole lot of things.
Yep.
We need to button that up because then they can create legislation.
I'm far
that
more
will close those loopholes.
For
and
sure.
That's important.
I'm far more. I'm just saying I'm far more interested in the Fauci's of the world as far as those investigations because that directly impacted our lives, right? What Fauci did or didn't do, what all these tyrants did during the pandemic that restricted our rights. I'd like to know more about the Biden situation, but Joe Biden lining his pocket doesn't directly impact me.
Real quick here, the interesting investigation, and again, they need to do legislation to stop these loopholes. We learned in the Fauci investigation, and part of this came out during testimony last summer, and this ties into what's happening here in our area with a story that I just broke on Monday in Bucks County and beyond, and that is officials who violate sunshine laws locally, at the federal level. They all are apparently doing this. This has been brought to light where they use different means of communicating and negotiating things, and they avoid and circumvent the sunshine laws, and they avoid things getting out in those freedom of information requests.
Yeah.
And so we do need the legislation to stop that, and that is part of what the committees in Washington are looking into.
All I know is the investigations that went on and on and on into Trump for 4 years. And I remember the Republicans and you guys saying, just let it go, just let it go, just let it go. There's nothing there, there's nothing there, there's nothing there. So now all of a sudden we're gonna
difference,
now,
Greg,
now the
is
shoe's
they
on the
were
other
looking
foot. Everybody's
for
like,
a
yeah,
crime.
get him.
The difference,
Okay.
Greg, is they were looking for a crime. In this case, we have whistleblowers and who have come forth and given tangible evidence of things that should not have happened. At this point, they're not going to do anything. They can't do anything. Everybody's pardoned to the Biden family. But we can do something by making sure these things are tightened up and they don't happen again. And this has local ramifications with these local officials. Meg Brock still is being dragged through the courts by Bucks County as a taxpayer and citizen who, as a mom, who simply filed freedom of information requests. That's it. And she ended up embroiled in things for years. It's ridiculous.
One last thing on the whole investigations, as well as releasing things like JFK, RFK, and MLK. You know what always people, I think they forget to keep their eye on the ball. Think about this. We get caught up in investigating Fauci, investigating Biden, investigating Trump. And then we sit there and say, man, I can't wait for the Epstein list and all the declassification, Area 51. Don't take your eyes off the ball. And by the way, I honestly don't even care if JFK, MLK, and RFK, if that gets released. You know why? Because while we're talking about what's in there or not in there, what's redacted and what's not redacted, what's happening?
Yeah.
People are lining their pockets. These are nothing more than sideshow distractions to get the citizens to take their eyes off of the ball while these slime balls are greasing their pockets.
Well, that's just it. And by the way, I'm sorry, Greg.
Good.
No, go.
I mean, Trump had the chance to release all those documents. And during his administration, remember, regarding JFK, and they said it was a national security risk.
Yeah.
And so to me, part of this is even when they were trying to raid Mar-a-Lago and say he had certain things, I do think because as commander-in-chief already for 4 years, they feared that he would expose the deep state and how it works. And I think they fear that now.
Total side topic question here. Do you really think Trump is going to release the JFK files?
No.
He did not before.
As a guy that almost had his life taken, if the JFK files are as damning as many people believe with our own government's involvement, you think twice, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, the Epstein files won't be released. The JFK files won't be released. None of those files.
And the RFK files.
Yeah.
I don't know if old
Bobby?
If old Bobby gets in, maybe.
I smell.
I mean, Trump has said he says release the documents.
Release the tape.
And he says it's a first step in restoring government transparency.
Yeah.
Will they release? He has said JFK, RFK, MLK.
Yep.
So of those three,
yeah,
I actually think the number one priority is the files about MLK. Because I think that, to me personally, I think we should know, well, who participated in, you know what I mean? And who wanted to take Martin Luther King Jr. down.
Right.
And especially as Trump is accused of, he's accused of being a racist and all this and that. Well, let's see.
Yeah.
Because we know which party has the racist roots.
Right.
And what was the government's involvement? What did they know? What did they or did not, they not do?
So speaking of Speaker Johnson, Mike Johnson, he took video yesterday of, well, actually this was the other day, but it was released yesterday, of J.D. Vance going into the Oval Office for the first time. It's pretty cool.
Yes.
As somebody who's been in that Oval Office, Dawn has well. It's pretty, like, you go in there and you're like, oh, wow, this is...
you can feel it.
Yeah, you can feel it. And him going in there for the first time, you could tell, as somebody who's done that, you can tell that feeling. And you can watch the video, too. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see all these videos. Roll it, Phil.
All right, sounds good.
Describe it for the...
There's JD behind Trump, going through different doorways. Here they come, closing down the stretch they come. Here's Trump. Check it out. Going in.
Wow. This is J.D. Vance's first time to step into the Oval Office.
Wow.
It's incredible.
This is incredible.
Look at the look on his face.
It's wild to know, Dawn, since you and I have been there, that he hasn't been there before.
Yeah.
Right?
As a senator.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Right?
I mean, he's the vice president again.
Look
Like
at
this was his first. This was his first day doing it. But like, it's wild to think that like we, the plebes like us, were there, but he hasn't been there.
You know what it also shows me is that J.D. Vance, the more you get to learn about him, he's just a common person.
Real people.
Yep.
Like, and I get it. A lot of politicians are frauds, and I'm sure there's some fraudulence to J.D. Remember, he was a non-Trump guy 8 years ago. But, watching him in the interview that he did, where was he? Where he had just a ball cap on, and he was drinking a soda. I don't know, was that Rogan? I forget what interview. It was when he was doing the big media blitz in September and October.
It was Theo Vaughn.
Theo Vaughn.
Yep.
And he came off just like your routine, ordinary guy. And remember the stretch we had where the word of the day was weird?
Yep.
And everybody was trying to say that J.D. Vance is a weird dude. I don't know. J.D. Vance, outside of the weird eyeliner stuff, no, he's just, I don't know. Maybe he dies. I don't know what it is. But other than that, like, he comes off just like a regular routine dude from Ohio.
Yep.
I like him.
I will tell you that my youngest son has that coloring. There are pictures of him where you would swear he has eyeliner, and he doesn't have any, he's like, even as a kid.
Yep.
Those blue eyes with the dark lashes. So
And
whatever.
the beard's a good look for him.
It is.
Because without the
A
beard.
little more coiffed.
Oh, man. He had remember he had that real fat, chubby face.
I just think, to your point, when he walks in, he looks around. He's kind of like a kid, taking in the room, the Oval Office.
Yeah. He's like a kid on a field trip.
He is.
Yes.
And just thinking about, no doubt, in that great speech he gave during the Republican National Convention, but thinking about his humble roots. I mean, he's somebody who grew up, without his dad. His grandmother, basically, grandparents and grandmom pretty much raising him. Mom, thank God, has been, and we look forward to that celebration because remember he said she'll be, 10 years sober and non-addicted, and they were going to celebrate, he would celebrate with her in the White House. So, somebody who comes from very humble, poor roots, hillbilly elegy.
Yep.
If you've never read the book or seen the movie, it's worth seeing. And then to serve our country honorably, to go on to, get a scholarship and whatnot at Ivy League schools. And I mean, I'm sure that struck him that, wow, I never thought that I'd be here.
Yeah. I know we're still 2.5, 3 years away from thinking about the next, election, but there's no question in my mind he's got the inside track for the Republican nomination. I think guys like DeSantis and anybody else that wants to, make another run at it, they've got their work cut out.
And Ramaswamy.
And Vivek. One of the biggest turnoff for DeSantis was just the awkward nature of him. And Vance has shown that he can be just a natural dude, whereas DeSantis, I think, is going to have to correct that if he is going to appeal to the masses.
Speaking of the Oval Office, Sean Hannity did an interview last night with Trump. Well, it was taped the other day, but it aired last night.
I've got a take on this.
A couple of cuts from there, talking about FEMA. Trump suggesting that he should eliminate FEMA because, quote, "I'd rather see states take care of their own problems." I don't know about that, but okay, let's try this out. Roll it, Phil.
They have a small majority. You went through over 200 since we've got here, and we have breaking news today that we'll get to in a minute, and especially as it relates to the border and some other issues. But you're going to need to do some of these things legislatively. You will probably play the largest role in uniting them both in the House and Senate. Reconciliation, the Senate has very strict, rules governing how they can do it. Do you one big beautiful bill, two bills? Do you care at this point?
I don't care as long as we get to the final answer. I like the concept of the one bill. I guess I said one big beautiful, and that's what everyone faced. Actually, it's sort of a nice sound to it. But I do like that concept. It could be something else. It could be a smaller bill and a big bill. Right. But as long as we get to the right answer. Now, I will say that Los Angeles has changed everything because a lot of money is going to be necessary for Los Angeles, and a lot of people on the other side want that to happen. And
North Carolina, too.
Fast. Well, they don't care about North Carolina. The Democrats don't care about North Carolina. What they've done with FEMA is so bad. FEMA is a whole nother discussion because all it does is complicate everything. FEMA has not done their job for the last 4 years. I had FEMA working really well. We had hurricanes in Florida. We had Alabama tornadoes. But unless you have certain types of leadership, it gets in the way. And FEMA is going to be a whole big discussion very shortly because I'd rather see the states take care of their own problems. If they have a tornado someplace and if they let that state, Oklahoma is very competent. I love Oklahoma. 77 out of 77 districts. And that's never been done before. I did it 3 times. I mean, think of it. 3 times. Never been done. Ronald Reagan had the record, 56 out of 77. I got 77 out of 77.
It's all over the place.
So you have to love a place like that. I love Oklahoma. But you know what? If they get hit with a tornado or something, let Oklahoma fix it. You don't need. And then the federal government can help them out with the money. The FEMA is getting in the way of everything. And the Democrats actually use FEMA not to help North Carolina.
It makes no sense.
So I'm stopping on Friday. I'm stopping in North Carolina, first stop, because those people were treated very badly by Democrats.
Well, I mean, I don't even know where to begin. There was 9 conversations there within one clip.
Hannity is such a terrible interviewer.
He is.
What do you think, sir?
Yeah.
What do you think, sir?
That was one of my takes last night watching that. I am so sick and tired of him talking about his personal friendship and relationship with Donald Trump. If I'm a casual observer, and I get it, this audience, hardcore, listens to us all the time, might watch, all these interviews all the time. But the reality is most people are tuning in small doses, and they don't live it and breathe it. When they tune in, they want information. They want you to land the stinking plane and let your interviewee speak. I don't care that, Sean, your boy. I have no desire to know about your friendship. It means nothing to me. Stop telling us you're butt buddies with Donald Trump. I don't care. And the American public doesn't care.
Joe Rogan was good with him because he just let him talk.
Yes.
I'll never forget, Laura Ingraham surprisingly had a thing with Trump during the campaign, and I thought, she is an excellent interviewer. And I would acknowledge I study this stuff because I want to be a better interviewer. These are specific skill sets, but I felt the same way as you did watching last night, Nick.
Just nauseating. But to actually answer that,
Thank you.
And also, by the way, I think we have more wildfires in California.
We do.
Was it another 50,000 acres?
Yeah, it's the winds whipping up and new wildfires even.
I mean, at this point, Los Angeles might be devastated.
Oh, definitely. That's why he's headed there this weekend.
Yeah.
I will say this with FEMA and Trump. When Trump was saying this last night, I said, good for you. FEMA is this huge, and I have friends who, I won't get into it, but worked in one branch of the military and are those called up to work within FEMA in different capacities. FEMA has become this large, bumbling, bureaucratic organization
that gets in the way.
So give the money and the resources when you can to the local individuals and let them do it. But you've got to make sure that they've got the ground game.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying, Dawn. But just to play devil's advocate for a second, when you decimate, like Los Angeles did, your fire department, your police department, you don't have those people to, like, you almost need government organizations because there's nobody left to help you.
I mean, if the answer was sending everything back to the states, California would have been prepared, right? It's like, how can you? So I get it. FEMA's a disaster, and there's so many questions to ask. Is FEMA salvageable? Can Trump come in and do something different with FEMA that the Biden administration failed to do, as far as, allocating resources or hiring the more competent, adequate staffing people? I mean, then you go to his success that he had, whether you're on board with it or not, relegating abortion back to the states. He made it. But now it feels like, and I'm just thinking of everything he has said recently. So he had success of getting Roe v. Wade out of the federal government. It's a state-by-state issue now. He also wants to get rid of the Department of Education, which I am totally on board with, but the reality is that that's probably a pipe dream. Since that agency or department was created in 1979 by Jimmy Carter, nothing has gone right with the Department of Education. Yep. All the money we have pumped in for 46 years, and our schools are a laughing stock compared to other countries.
I will say this, relating it to what we do here, and I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but I don't care. When things are done locally here, me, David Yadgroff, Dave Skopanich, Rob Kalustian, and all of you guys, things get done very well. When they go up to another level, and they have to be approved, and this person needs this, and this person needs that, that's when you run into the problems. So Dawn is correct that when you have these big bureaucratic agencies that have to oversee everything, it lessens the impact of getting stuff done. And when you're in disasters like this, you need to get stuff done.
Well, and also when you talk about sending, let's just say FEMA gets wiped off of the map, right? And Trump wants to send it to the states. Then you get into, okay, red state, blue state. I feel, and this is a partisan take, but I think it's factually correct. Look at the way DeSantis handles disasters in Florida, and then compare that to California. And then you also look at the North Carolina angle. There are still people, probably to this day, and I know, Dawn, you bring it up from time to time in our conversations. I still believe there are people displaced in North Carolina months later.
Oh, 100%. I mean, first of all, more than 100 people died. And, FEMA has received a huge backlash from all of this. And now they're having, as we've been talking about this week, they've had an unusual winter with frigid temperatures overnight. And these people lost their homes. So they're in RVs. Then there was because they're relying on propane tanks. They don't have the propane.
Yeah. Yep.
Then it's a nightmare. And so FEMA has been a bureaucratic, bumbling disaster in the South. But to your point, and Trump did say they're having meetings that are happening like this week to try to figure this out. I do think, obviously, the federal government has to provide some kind of scaffolding. And then I imagine that you would have to have a federal law by which the state government would have to present what's your game plan, and somehow have the scaffolding in place that everybody knows the game plan. And the best example I can think of is Florida. Now, granted, they've dealt with hurricanes, you know what I mean? So they are prepared.
Nothing new. Yep.
But look at, the level of hurricane that Florida had. They've got it down. They've got, and they're a good example.
Yep.
Obviously, North Carolina and some of these southern states, and different. I understand it's all different, geographically and so on with the mountains and everything. But I'll say this: North Carolina did not have their what together.
No, they didn't.
As a state.
No.
And so the fact that FEMA doesn't have theirs together, disaster.
Like the blind leading the blind.
Hannity also asked about the J6 blanket pardons. This is cut 19, Phil. Go.
So you did run on a platform. You were very straightforward. You said you would pardon these people that were sentenced for January 6th.
Yeah, totally.
You did. The only criticism or pushback I've seen is about people that were convicted or were involved in incidents where they were violent with police. Why did they get a pardon?
A number of reasons. Number one, they were in there for 3.5 years, a long time.
Right.
And in many solitary confinement, treated like nobody's ever been treated so badly. They were treated like the worst criminals in history. And you know what they were there for? They were protesting the vote because they knew the election was rigged and they were protesting the vote. And that you should be allowed to protest the vote. You should be allowed to. You know, when the day
But
comes...
you shouldn't be able to invade the Capitol.
No, ready? Most of the people were absolutely innocent. Okay, but forgetting all about that, these people have served horribly a long time. It would be very, very cumbersome to go and look. You know how many people we're talking about? 1,500 people. Almost all of them should not have been, this should not have happened. And the other thing is this, some of those people with the police, true, but they were very minor incidents, okay? You know, they get built up by a couple of fake guys that are on CNN all the time.
Nobody watches.
They were very minor incidents, and it was time. You have murderers in Philadelphia. You have murderers in Los Angeles that don't even get any time. They don't even collect them, and they know they're there to be collected. Mm-hmm. And then they go on television and act holier than thou about this one or that one. You had 1,500 people that suffered. That's a lot of people. Do you know, they were looking for new people 2 weeks ago. They were looking, wait a minute, they were looking to charge new people. They have a woman who's 76 years old that they said made a statement that was a little bit out of line years after the fact. This was a political hoax. And you know what? Those people, and I'm not saying in every single case, but there was a lot of patriotism with those people, a lot of patriotism. You know, they did a recording, and you know, they asked me if I do the voiceover, and I did. Yeah. Do you know it was the #1 selling, whatever you call it nowadays, album, whatever, song,
CD,
whatever you call it. You don't know, it changes every year, right? But it was the #1 selling song, #1 on Billboard, #1 on everything for so long. People get it. They wanted to see those people.
American people were aware. You told them what you would do. Joe Biden said he would not do it. Let me move on to the economy because it's so important. It was such a big input. Yeah.
I was very clear about it.
Very clear.
I said I was going to release him, and probably very quickly. And they voted for me, and I won in a landslide. And that was only one of the many reasons.
Joe said he would not.
So, you can sit here and compare Trump's pardons versus Biden's pardons, and you could do it until you're blue in the face. But I'm going to give Hannity credit. There's two things that he brought up that I thought of myself last night as I was watching this, is the Democrats cannot be the party of letting out killers and failing to prosecute people and having guys on subways with 47 arrests and be fine with that, and then cry when somebody gets released from prison early after 3.5 years.
Throat clutching, you're right. You're absolutely right.
That is astounding to me. And then, of course, say what you want. You know, Joe, the other thing that Sean makes a good point is Joe said he wouldn't and then did. Trump's called his shot all along.
It's true.
Everything he's doing, he told you for 4 years he would, so you shouldn't be shocked.
That's what I said from day one. It's like you can't be liberals can't be shocked at this. He said he was going to do it. Yep. He did it. He said he was going to do it on day one. He did it.
And to your point, and you make a good point in the past, all of this stuff was on the ballot.
It was.
Right? And this is what Americans voted for, so you're in the minority if you're crying about it,
If
folks.
the American people cared about it, they would have voted the other way. They didn't. They did. So, this is elections have consequences. This is one of the consequences. If you don't like it, vote a different way next time or don't stay home. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I'll also point out that even though he's president, I mean, the truth is there are civil suits by Capitol Police officers who are suing Trump, who are suing some of the J6ers who have been jailed all these years. And so those civil suits will go through.
Oh, sure.
So there is legal remedy, if you will, if indeed they want to in civil suits get some kind of retribution,
Mhm.
that's going to continue through the courts. There's no stopping the civil suits by those Capitol Police officers. But release the, we're not talking, nobody's talking about the fact that, what about the allegations, strong allegations that tangible evidence was destroyed?
Yes.
So what is up with that? Because obviously, if you know about spoliation, if you know about destroying evidence in a civil or criminal case, that's a crime in and of itself. It's
Mhm.
not allowed. But that usually is a slam dunk. If somebody spoliated evidence or destroyed evidence in any case, it's dismissed. Boom. It's done.
And this is not a dig at the subject, so to speak, or the topic, because, if it comes up in the cut sheet, we're obviously going to talk about it. But we saw the polls, and one of the polls that I thought was really paramount, that was probably writing on the wall for the Democrats, that they probably should. And again, you take polls with a grain of salt, right? That's the motto we've adopted on this show. But only 5% of Americans in the Gallup poll said January 6th was what comes to mind when they hear the name Donald Trump. 95% of people do not care anymore about January 6th, one way or the other. And they made that really the crux of their campaign, if you think about it. And they didn't read the room properly.
They did not. He did talk about the pardons that Biden gave to his family members, and he said the funny thing is that he didn't give himself a pardon.
That is pretty interesting.
Roll cut 20, Phil.
She should have dropped out. At least she wouldn't have that moniker.
Before I go to the economy and foreign policy, as long as you brought up this topic, Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, Adam Schiff, who got a preemptive pardon, all these people that got pardoned, Anthony Fauci, did he know that NIH money through the EcoHealth Alliance was funding the Wuhan Virology Lab? There seems to be text and messages and emails that went back and forth. You talk about the unselect committee, as you call it, the January 6th committee. They had a predetermined outcome. General Milley, all these people, the Biden family members. Joe Biden ran and said he would never do preemptive pardons. It was an issue that came up when you were leaving your first time.
He heard that I was going to do it. I didn't want to do it. I was given the option. They said, sir, would you like to pardon everybody, including yourself? I said, I'm not going to pardon anybody. We didn't do anything wrong. And we had people that suffered. They're incredible patriots. We had people that suffered. You had Bannon put in jail. You had Peter Navarro put in jail. You had people that suffered. And far worse than that, they've lost their fortunes. They've lost their nest egg, paying it to lawyers. And those people, and people said, and they wouldn't have even taken, most of those people, they wouldn't have even taken a pardon. This guy went around giving everybody pardons. And the funny thing, maybe the sad thing, is he didn't give himself a pardon. And if you look at it, it all had to do with him. I mean, the money went to him.
Should Congress investigate that?
Well, I don't know.
You ordered the DOJ.
I've always been, look, he didn't give himself a pardon. And he didn't give some other people a pardon that needed it.
Kamala.
And I heard Schiff went to him and just begged him for a pardon, because Schiff is a crook. Schiff is a crooked guy. He's a crooked politician.
I mean, Schiff said that he
made up the story
he didn't
about
want to
Russia. He totally made it up. He was a storyteller. And then after he made it up, they found out that there was a tape of the conversation made by, I guess, the State Department. I don't know. When you make calls, they make tapes sometimes, not all the time.
He was the one talking to the Russians.
So he, in the meantime, made up the conversation, totally made it up about quid pro quo. There was no quid pro quo, there was a perfect call. Tim Scott was the first one to come. He read it. He said, this is a perfect call. What are you doing? You're impeaching a man for a perfect call. It was Schiff, Hillary, the whole group. You know what? Schiff is just a bad, sick guy. And he went to Biden and he demanded a pardon because he thought he did something. He knew he did something.
Benny Thompson won the chairman of that committee.
Benny Thompson destroyed, along with that unselect committee, destroyed all of the work that took place over 2 years. You know why? It showed that I was right.
Ooh, we even got the sound effect in there as we go to commercial. I love the fact that the internet and social media always keeps receipts, because now you can bring up what Joe Biden said on December 11th, 2024. Anybody that accepts a pardon is basically saying this is an admission of guilt. So you can come back and use that right here with Biden pardoning all of these different people that he did. And we've talked about it, Why would Fauci need a pardon if he didn't do anything wrong? Again, it's still my personal belief that he's perjured himself a half dozen times. But the pardons, I think, are something that generate clickbait. But another one of these things where, we're not going to see anything. For those that aren't pardoned, does anybody actually believe that Trump's going to go after Joe Biden? Because he's not pardoned, right? And also, if you're Joe, you think Joe just forgot to pardon himself?
Well, anyway,
I have a lot more that I want to get to. Plus, I want to get to this video. I don't know if you guys saw this. This Florida cop who accidentally shoots the driver with his own gun in a routine traffic stop. Did you guys see this?
No.
Get on over to YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. I might say something sexist here because of the gender of the police officer.
Okay. Well, we like that.
I don't know. Man. I don't know. But we should do that on the other side.
All right. We will do that when we come back. By the way, the 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? No, it's not Bobby Kennedy. It's probably your brakes. Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. That's Meineke. Why did I spell it? Because in 30 minutes, we will have our spelling bee on the show in honor of our mayor, Sherelle Parker, who could not spell Stay tuned. Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Okay, there's something I want you to do, and you got to do this today because time is running out. Until the end of January, until the end of this month, you can receive 50% off any standard door installation when you purchase a new door from my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You know they've done a beautiful job on my home. And you know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, any of that, I would trust only the Chapman family team. So this is your deadline. I mean, I know you're thinking about it, a little makeover. And I think when you change the look of your front door, it just, you drive up and such a feeling of pride and, oh, it looks like a whole makeover. What did you do? Well, you got a new front door with a little help from my friends at Chapman. Maybe you have an upcoming wedding, a graduation, something special coming up where you will be entertaining. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they carry a huge range of top brands, the best brands to choose from, including Provia. That's what I have. They're going to work with you to pick the perfect door for you. You can visit their local showroom. It's in Westchester, or they can come to your home. Either way, whether you or somebody you know you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, the hardware choices, give them a call, text them now, unless you're driving. Then wait a second. 610-431-8898. You can take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Remember, TikTok, you have until the end of January to get that 50% off any standard door installation when you purchase a new front door. Do this, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant, or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I want you to want me. I want you to want me. I need you to need me.
8:39, it's Kayal and Company as we roll on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app and watch the show live on YouTube coming up in 20 minutes. Can you spell better than Sherelle Parker? We're going to have our spelling bee. Everybody get ready. And by the way, you can participate and win a prize. We have a pair of tickets to see the Dirk Quinn Band's Scabby Toad. It's a unique musical adventure with a reimagining of the Beatles' Abbey Road. It's coming up at the Zlock on January 31st.
So what's the concept here?
So here's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I've got 15 Philadelphia-based eateries, buildings, politicians, places, sports, Hollywood, food, universities.
Okay.
I've decided to divvy them up into threes. So I will give Greg 3 words to spell, Dawn 3 to spell, Phil 3 to spell, and Jimmy Kelly 3 to spell. And we'll just have that for bragging rights. Who does the best out of the 3? And then I've got 3 set aside for the callers. And if we get a caller that calls in and gets the word correct, I will give that gift card, or the tickets, I should say, to the caller.
Cool. Speaking of callers, Marcus writes me. I don't know if this is Marcus Aurelius. Maybe it is. I don't know. He threatens me. He said, "You are a moron when you disparage the importance of math. Unfortunately, I could not call in and tell you how Dawn was correct and you were incorrect. I tried, but could not get on. If you have any guts, call me." And he gives his number to discuss. So
I don't think it's Marcus Aurelius on Twitter because he's a nice guy, and he also spells it Markus.
Well, that's how this guy spells it.
Oh.
So maybe it's Marcus.
Okay.
I don't know, but I'm not going to call you, dude. I'm going to call you. Okay. See.
You want to call him right now on the air from the do the old radio bit where we dialed the number on the air?
No, but call in. If you want to call me a moron for thinking, look, I'm not saying not the importance of math. I'm just saying not everybody needs algebra. That's all I'm saying.
I have not used algebra once in my life since I was 15.
Yes, you have. You just don't know it.
Like Road Warrior said earlier, that he had to go back and relearn algebra and trigonometry for the job he was in. Great. I'm fine with that. But I'm saying, the majority of people, unless they go in a specific field, don't use this stuff.
Yeah, right. Well, what field is it required in? Do you know?
I feel like we're just wasting our time learning this stuff when kids, guys, people should be learning trades.
How to balance a checkbook?
Stuff that's important to 90% of the. And again, if you're advanced and you're doing these things, great. But
what did you get in algebra, by the way? I think I was like a C+, B-. It was not one of my better subjects.
I loved algebra.
Did you really? Mm-hmm. Can you give us an algebra question on the air off the top of your head?
Can you imagine, guys, the level of stupidity of somebody calling in and emailing, threatening me because I made a disparaging comment?
Well,
I thought
what does he do?
Aren't we a free speech station? Why are people offended by so many words in a free speech format?
The snowflakery. Thank you.
I thought this was a tough audience.
Can we get back to?
Well, maybe I'm in the wrong place. I don't know. Should I go do sports again? You think they'd take me back?
Here's what I would say. Maybe we should. Maybe we should not call it algebra. Do you know what I mean?
What should we call it?
Because it would be like calculating your income, calculating your expenses, calculating your savings. When, Nick, you talk about you and Kristen sit at the kitchen table and, that's what I'm saying. We don't think about, I'm using algebra, but we actually use it in everyday life. We just don't call it algebra, but that's what it is. And maybe we're just not good at maybe we should think of better terminology so it sounds more attractive.
And you should see me at the kitchen table when we have our weekly financial summit crisis meeting. I put the glasses over the nose. I get the legal pad out. I'm like, all right, pull up the Citizens Bank app. All right, so it was $8 who spent $9.21? It wasn't Daddy.
Bob Schwartz on the YouTube chat says geometry is used in the trades on a daily basis. I'm not. Look, I have people that come out and work at my house, and they're doing, they have to measure, the correct wood and stuff like that to put in. I understand all that. I'm not saying that it's not used. I'm just saying that, not everybody uses it.
Okay, you cook, right? So let's say you have a recipe, and it's for 6 people.
Yes.
But you just want to make it for 3 people.
You know what I do?
You're using algebra.
You know what I do?
Are you? I thought that
it.
would be isn't that division? Well, if I'm using it for 6, but I only need it for half, I divide it by 2.
some of those, if you're looking at ingredients and they get complex. Now, what do you do, Greg? You were saying, what do? You go on AI or something?
Or I ask my wife. Honey, if I need 2 cups of this for 10 people, how many do I need for 5?
So as long as the key to a good marriage, as long as one of you is good at algebra. So Steph is good at algebra. So there we go.
Steph is great at all that stuff. I'm terrible at all of it. Okay, let's get back to the cut sheet, can we? This Florida cop, get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. The video is a little graphic, at least one of them is. So if you have kids or whatever, this isn't your cup of tea, then log off and come back on or listen to us on the Odyssey app. This Florida cop accidentally shoots a driver with his own gun during a routine traffic stop. A police department in Florida is moving to fire an officer after she accidentally shot a man with his own gun during a routine traffic stop. Officer Mindy Cardwell was called to assist with a traffic stop on December 13th, along with another cop after Jason Arrington, 39, had been pulled over by an officer for running a red light, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Officer wrote on Facebook. Arrington, now this is important, Arrington was fully cooperating with all 3 officers. The body camera footage showed. He had informed the cop who had originally pulled him over that he had a gun holstered in his waistband. So he said, I have a gun on me. It's holstered in my waistband. He gets out. The cop tries to, the female cop tries to unholster the gun, which I would think if you're a police officer is pretty standard,
right?
And shoots him.
So she's trying to take his own gun off of his body.
Yes.
And ends up accidentally shooting him with his gun.
There's 2 different angles of this. You can see the angle, the one, I'm going to start here with 16. There's 2 different angles. One where you can actually see the bullet go in him, which is a little graphic.
This is an adult show, though.
YouTube.com/1210WPHT. All right, let's roll the video here.
He's very compliant. He does have a pistol on him, so
Is that the lady?
Yeah.
Where's your pistol at? On my side. Okay.
Oh, no. It's, here, watch. The female is the one grabbing. Look at, watch.
I appreciate that being very honest.
Oh, God.
You okay?
Oh, God.
Put the gun down. Put it down. You okay? Nope.
All right. So that's one angle.
Oh, Jesus.
She can't unholster his gun.
She has nice fingernails.
Yeah, maybe she shouldn't have them in that line of work. I don't know. Is that is that sexist for me to say that?
Thank you, Kayal. Thank you.
I don't know. Is it? I mean, do we need to have our nails done as
she has that gel manicure. I mean, I'm coveting that.
I mean,
I don't know if the nails factored into her her blunder, but that's.
Can you, like, how dangerous is this? This woman cannot unholster his gun.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're a cop, that should be the first thing you know how to do.
Yep.
All right, another angle here if you want to see this. This is 16B, Phil. Roll this other angle. This one you can see more of the, yeah, there you go.
I appreciate that being very honest.
Oh, my.
You okay?
Look, you can see
that poor guy.
Put the gun down. Put it down. You okay? You got shot in the leg.
I tell you, there's a lawsuit.
Oh yeah,
and justifiably.
I
mean, can we freeze the beginning of this one? I just want to get
here. Wait, this.
On my side. Okay. Just put your hands on the top of the vehicle for me.
Cease.
Okay, so she puts the firearm. She puts it down.
Totally compliant.
Right.
Said I have a gun.
Being compliant.
Look at her.
You okay? Put the gun down. Put the gun down. You okay? No. Hey, rescue 1068. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Oh, jeez almighty.
But her partner?
Yeah.
You know, he is so calm.
So the guy that got shot. He took it like a champ.
By the way, just to finish this article here, the bullet had gone through his upper thigh and exited at his inner leg, causing an alarming artery bleed.
Yep.
Oh
that officers were able to stupor with a tourniquet. So they were able to save him, but that could have been that guy could have died.
Yeah.
So she's being fired for incompetence. Clearly, she is incompetent.
Oh my God.
Yep.
I would love to know what her partner, who has to bear with her has to say, because the male partner, the cop, I mean, is very calm and very competent, and that poor guy has had to deal with having an incompetent DEI. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's a DEI hire right there, and I'm saying that as a woman.
Yes, thank you, Dawn.
But this
We'll
is.
just let you take this.
And here's the thing:
In
as a
Florida, no
woman,
less.
I know.
as a woman who is highly competent and I've paid my dues and I've worked very hard in my job, that's why DEI is an insult to all of us, no matter who you are, right?
Yeah.
It's an insult to anybody because no woman should have to see that incompetent fool on her job because it makes all of us look bad.
Yeah.
And you can just fill in the blank. I mean, and that's the problem with DEI, that when you don't have merit hiring, merit promotion, then it makes everybody in a certain group, pick the group, this is my group, so I'm speaking to it, and it's an insult to me and to my intelligence and my work ethics. You know what I'm saying? And so that I want her to be fired. I want her to be exposed. And I hope to God that they interview her partner and her colleagues who talk about what an idiot and how she was hired. And by the way, I want all the guys and maybe other gals, but all the guys of every ethnicity who were passed over so that she could get that job.
Yeah. Do we know what locale that was in
Jacksonville.
Florida? Jacksonville. Yeah. Okay, because that lady, that officer had a duty to safely remove the firearm, and she failed to do so.
She didn't even do that.
Yep.
And so what did she do? She set it. Did she set it down and then she picked it back up?
We got to get her. We got to get her and the chick from the Secret Service that couldn't get her gun out when Trump got shot. And
Guys,
get them together for a shooting session.
I'm telling you, I'm not trying to be sexist here, but with that image that Nick just mentioned, the Secret Service woman and this, it's just like, what are we doing?
Yep.
Right.
Again,
what are we doing?
Again, if you're a badass chick and you can handle all of it, you're in.
Yeah, and think about our friend, Sergeant Betsy Brantner Smith, right? National Police Association. I'd love to hear from her on this. Like, that's the thing. Betsy started out at the local level, great cop and all that commendations. And so think about all the females in law enforcement who are awesome at their jobs. They're looking at this going, oh, please.
Have you ever seen the video? And you can find this on X right now. There's a montage video of Tulsi Gabbard going through training and shooting drills. Yep. She goes from handgun to long gun to, and I'll butcher the terminology for all these different firearms. But you look at her and you say, now, that's a lady that can handle herself, right? She would have no problem getting hired by any police department across this great country, compared to some of these other women that look like they can't handle anything.
But to Dawn's point, can you imagine if you're her partner and you rely on her saving your life?
I'd have to be reassigned.
If somebody, God forbid, pulls a gun on these two and it's up to her to save you, she can't even unholster her gun.
Yep. Now, and let me just say this, though. In the interest of fairness, people make mistakes, and that is a major mistake.
Agreed.
That's a fireable mistake, a fireable offense.
Totally.
But we also don't know what her history is. She could have a decorated history with citation after citation.
Nick.
She could very well be a very good officer that made a mistake.
Wait, let's just take bets. Should we take bets on this one?
She had manicured fingers. There's no way.
Look, I am 99% in agreement. But there might have been the possibility.
Nah.
You're saying there's a chance she could be good and had a bad moment.
She unintentionally placed multiple fingers inside the trigger guard of the firearm. Like, come on.
I need to know what we should get, because we have a lot of officers that listen to this show, past or present, right? Tom's a retired cop we met on Monday.
Yep.
I would love to know what is the physical position that because if we can go back to that, maybe it looks like she didn't have her body close enough to the suspect, where it almost looked like she was reaching out to.
No, I think.
Did you get that vibe?
I think her fingers weren't strong enough, or she couldn't unholster and she was just like wiggling around there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phil, just play the video if you can without the audio.
Yes.
Where you can see it. There you go.
Okay.
She goes in there. She's
see that we need the other angle.
Yeah, actually, the first one,
Yes.
Phil, cut 16, I think, is the better angle for.
Shafe says she was fondling the Glock, the big black Glock.
Yeah.
Is that a Glock in your pocket, or are you just
there?
All right, so here we go.
Yeah, and Kevin's right. Obviously, I don't know if the safety was on or off because she put multiple fingers.
All right, here it comes.
Okay, here.
Now there's the clip. The clip goes
Look
up.
at yes, and she's trying to. She's
like,
why would she have the
Finger on the trigger.
Her finger on the trigger.
Right.
Not just one finger. She puts
Because-
multiple. So I don't know if he had the safety on, and then because she's like doesn't know what she's doing.
I mean,
Watch,
look.
watch.
You know, on
Look
second
at her.
thought, she's not
Look at her,
decorated.
2 hands.
Yeah.
Look at this ding ding.
Look, I'm all
And
for.
then her left hand has multiple fingers inside the.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm all for women who like to have their fingers wander. No problem with that whatsoever.
And even
But-
look at the way she squats. Like bend over, woman.
Yeah.
Like she then squats
Yeah,
to
she's
put it
not-
down.
she's
Who
not working-
squats to
yeah.
put the gun down.
She doesn't
bend
do power
over.
cleans like Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's no doubt.
Sorry. I can't
No, Dawn's right. It makes her gender look bad.
It does.
You see, Greg, we granted these broads a few rights. And now all of a sudden, we got to walk it all back.
Yeah. Speaking of genders,
And Jimmy Matthews says desk job for life. No.
No.
She needs to be fired.
Yes.
And then whoever was passed over
Yep.
on that test and wants the job, the actual competent person needs to get hired.
Future mall cop.
Thanks for putting that there, Jimmy, because that's a good point.
GQ writes Glocks don't have safeties.
Oh, you're right.
Unmoderated content
you-
tweets us.
Yeah.
He says, have all the spelling bees you want. Just don't have an unholster a loaded gun studio contest. Dawn's the only one that will be able to handle a firearm.
Yeah, no,
on
I'm
this
not
show.
saying I could have done it either.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe I could have, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just saying that it's.
Oh my
we're
God.
getting ourselves in trouble here.
But she puts multiple fingers inside the
maybe. Oh,
the guard because there is a trigger guard,
Mhm.
and that's when she's like pulling as hard as she can, and then it goes off.
Could you now let's just to recap, or not to recap, but to conclude with this. Let's talk about how the media would cover this. You have an African American man being pulled over in Florida by white police officers. Now, she is not going to get skewered. We probably toasted her more than the media will because she's a female. Now, if that was a white male officer that did that, can you imagine
White privilege.
how
yeah.
Ben Crump would be salivating at the bit to get on that case and represent that guy pro bono and get in the spotlight?
You're 100% right. By the way, just to kind of close the loop on this, Jason Arrington, who's the victim there, was transported to a nearby hospital following the accident and is expected to make a full recovery, but filed a lawsuit against the GSO, the Jacksonville Police Department. He is specifically citing his lasting injury, which he says have impeded his ability to work as a crane operator. So there you go.
You know, he did run a red light, but were they arresting him? Like, why did they have to get him out of the vehicle?
Because he ran a red light, yeah.
Because you ran a red light?
I don't know.
I'm guessing probably because he told them I have a firearm.
Yeah, but it's legal though. Like it's you can.
Yeah,
It's
he had
Florida.
he had a permit.
He had a
to carry
legal
and
permit
stuff.
to carry. There was no reason to pull him over.
Well, I'm not sure if they were arresting him or because he said he had the firearm.
Yeah.
Is that why they said, "Can you get out?"
Yeah.
And then we take the firearm.
Well, we do have a police officer with us now. On line 3, we have CJ in Havertown who's got some expertise. CJ, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, everybody. I wouldn't say expertise, but just watching the video. One, her fingernails should not be that long, and it should not be manicured that way. I mean, I don't know what the department's policy is, but how can you properly, if you can't type or write with your nails like that, you shouldn't be trying to pull a firearm out.
Okay.
That's the first thing.
Yep.
Second thing is looks like they're all in special. They're all like they're in like tactical uniforms, which would indicate to me that they're probably in some type of specialized unit, which means you have to get transferred to that unit. And more than likely, that female officer, without knowing her history, probably was picked over someone else more qualified to get to that unit because she's a female. I don't know if that's 100% accurate, But in my experience working in the Philadelphia Police Department, sometimes that's how it happens.
Okay.
Thirdly,
Yep.
the way that she was trying to take that firearm out, I want to make one comment. Glocks don't have safeties, so essentially your finger is the safety.
Oh, my God.
So her putting both her fingers inside that trigger guard is completely unacceptable. And if I was to make one observation for her partner, he did everything perfectly fine. If she was positioned to take that firearm out of that holster, her leverage from where she was standing just wasn't appropriate.
That's what I said.
The
Yeah.
partner, the partner probably should have bladed himself a little further to the left, so that she can get directly behind the person and pull that firearm, get a better grip on the handle.
Yep.
To take that. To release that firearm out of the holster.
Yes, it looked like. Thank you very much, CJ, and stay safe out there. It looked like a very amateurish move, the way she kind of put the arm and the hand in there. Again, the positioning seemed a little bit off. Brian Reed on Twitter tweets us. He says it's called trigger discipline. Us police are trained over and over to keep the finger out of or off the trigger guard. She needs to be fired. I'm assuming Brian Reed, also a police officer.
And she is being fired. So this happened in December.
Yep.
But they did the full investigation, and they've announced and put out the body cam. They've put out a statement that the sheriff announced she's being fired for incompetence, and they will probably settle any type of a civil suit because this gentleman was just, he shouldn't have run a red light. Imagine he was trying to beat a yellow, and then it turns red. In Philadelphia, you just get caught on camera with that, you get a $100 fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say this: she also put her partner in danger, and I think the reason that partner was so close, is that he knows her and knows she's going to mess this up, and he's right there to try to help.
Yep. 855-839-1210. Let's grab another call, then we're going to get to another couple of cuts, and then our spelling bee will be coming up shortly. Your chance to win a great prize. Mike is in New Jersey, and he has some thoughts on this. Mike, hello. How are you?
Hey, hello. How are you? The Hodge twins did a video of this, and the officer that's on the passenger side of the vehicle who's talking to the man right in the beginning, who tells him, you've been pulled over for running a red light, and the guy goes, I got a gun. He goes, I have a permit for it. The guy says, okay. He goes, I'm going to need you to get out. We're going to take the gun off of you for our safety. That's the reason the guy was taken out of the car.
For the officer's safety.
Yeah, the officer, not the officer who grabs him.
I get you, yeah.
The officer who was on the other side of the car is the one who pretty much started this whole thing because he told him to get out of the car so that they could be safe. Now, this is the way that whole thing went down. And then that lady officer, you could tell she didn't know how to get. Actually, the cop who was holding him is probably the one who should have took the gun out of his waistband because he was in the perfect position to do it.
Yeah, and actually now the more I think about it, there was technically 3 officers on the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
you are right. Watch that video one more time.
Yep.
You will see the one officer who's got the guy who ran the light. He's behind him. He's got the guy's hands, for the officer's safety, and then they let the woman pull the gun out, and she shoots him in the leg.
It's remarkable. What a time to be alive. Is that not the most perfect Florida story of all time?
Absolutely, it is.
God.
Yeah.
And I love Florida, but my God, the weirdest things happen in that state.
But isn't it funny they just released this and everybody was talking about DEI being dissolved at the federal.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And
100%.
here we go.
100%
Quite
about
appropriate.
That. Speaking of
DEI puts all of us in danger.
It does.
No, you're right. Speaking of DEI, CNN, this is Cut 17, CNN reports on how they're trying to hide the DEI in federal government in an attempt to undermine the Trump administration after it placed DEI staffers on leave. Listen to this report from CNN, Cut 17, go.
CNN analyzed the proposed budgets of 20 federal agencies. HHS, for example, requested $113 million in its budget for training for diversity in the health workforce. And the Department of Defense asked for $50 million to fund DEI-related activities. That amount accounts for just 0.006% of the department's total budget request, according to a spokesperson. The Biden administration expanded DEI protections to a broader group of Americans, including women, rural communities, military spouses, and caregivers.
What diversity, equity, and inclusion programs do is open opportunities to qualified, deserving people who worked hard. It's not about dictating hiring decisions or filling quotas.
And while we don't know exactly how many of these federal employees will be impacted by today's actions, what we can say is that the actions that we are seeing by the Trump administration here to roll back all DEI will certainly reverberate into communities throughout the country when you talk about taking away grants and policy programs that benefit many of these underserved communities. One other note on this issue of them asking for call-outs for people within these agencies who may have information on federal employees who may have been disguising certain DEI initiatives. We should note CNN reported just last week that there were federal employees within these agencies working to quietly edit job descriptions and policy descriptions because they feared this very day would come, Wolf.
All right, Renee.
You know, I've never thought about it from this perspective. But isn't it kind of a slap in the face if you know that you're being hired because of DEI purposes? Do you lose respect for people that take that position, or is it just get ahead any way you can in this lifetime? Like I would feel like if Greg, you said we're hiring you because we need to check this box, I would be like, well, am I not the most qualified dude for this job?
Yeah, we need more bald white guys.
That's right, on
the radio.
That's right, with beards. There's a ton of us, actually.
The only difference with you is you don't have those big white fake teeth like other bald talk show hosts.
Well, I would get veneers if somebody's willing to get me a deal, but I've given up on that.
No,
dream.
they're terrible.
Yeah.
Hannity with his bad fake teeth and
Francesa.
Yeah. other local hosts here.
The truth is that if you that we don't even know if they're done right, you don't even know that the person.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Have you ever thought about getting veneers or porcelain?
No, she has beautiful teeth. Look at her teeth.
Which is amazing because Dawn drinks a lot of coffee too.
I have beautiful teeth too. Thank you very much.
You do have beautiful teeth and beautiful hair.
Yes. All right, one more, and then we can get to the ever important spelling bee.
Yes. Are you guys nervous?
No, I don't get nervous.
Oh.
By
the way, Jimmy and Phil, you got to get in here if you want to participate.
Marcus threatened me on email because I disparaged math.
Does that make you nervous?
No, yes, it makes me very nervous. So speaking of the two genders, you remember Trump signed into. I mean, he didn't sign into law, but he just declaring that there were only two genders.
Mm-hmm.
Up in Toronto. One of the reporters up there asked Pierre Poilievre about that,
boy,
who's running against, he's not running against Trudeau because Trudeau stepped down.
Yep.
But he will be the next Prime Minister of Canada, probably as early as October. But his response to these, he is so good at these back and forth because this woke Toronto was like, well, I'm a cis male, I'm a cis white hetero male, and he just throws it back at him.
Mm-hmm.
I love this clip. This is probably my favorite clip of the day, other than the lady officer who can't
pull out a gun.
All right, roll Pierre, please.
All right, let's go back to D.C. right now. Obviously, on his first day on the job, President Trump signed an executive order, the U.S. government only recognizing two genders, male, female. They're unchangeable. If elected as prime minister, is that something that you're going to kind of walk in line with, or what are your feelings on that executive order?
Well, I don't know. Do you have any other genders that you'd like to name?
Me personally?
Yes.
I'm just asking more so if you're in line with what he is saying. Do you agree with what he's saying? Is that something that you would be lockstep with if elected as prime minister?
Well, I'm not aware of any other genders than men and women. I mean, if you have any other that you want me to consider, you're welcome to tell me right now.
There's personally, I am a man. I am a people who say cis man. There are people there who they say they're gender neutral. Well, you are a man. Yes. So there are people out there who say they're gender neutral. Yeah, they say they're gender neutral. They're they're a trans person. Is that something that you would recognize here, whereas in the States, at least with their U.S. government, the way they're seeing it, there's only two?
I'm only aware of 2. But if you come up with another list, then you're welcome to do that. But I'm aware of 2. And as far as I'm concerned, we should have a government that just minds its own damn business and leaves people alone to make their own personal decisions.
There you go.
That's the kind of government I'm going to run.
And with that,
Yeah. That's what I was ranting and raving about yesterday in the 6 o'clock hour after that sermon that we had to sit through. Well, I didn't have to sit through it, but Trump and Vance did. And those that actually watched that on television. I love that guy. Pierre Lapoliev, I believe is how you say his name.
Yeah.
Yeah. 94% chance, according to Polymarket odds, that he will be the next PM of Canada.
He sounds like, he could be somebody on one of the I don't know. Remember those old, like, Benny Hill kind of, isn't that the name?
It's funny you say that. When I see him and hear him, he could have been a cast member on Boardwalk Empire.
Yes, with his voice. He has a great voice.
Yeah. He looks like a guy from, like, the Prohibition era.
Yeah, but he has that dry wit.
He does.
I love this guy.
I do. He flips the script on the media every single time. I will never forget that Apple bit.
Yeah.
He's out there chewing on the apple.
That guy he's so, like, I don't know what kind of policies or anything he stands for.
He's a populist.
But as far as interviews go, you can't get any better than that.
He's like, what do you mean with this left and right stuff? It's common sense.
Apparently,
I only know of 2.
Apparently, though, like, there's a lot of pushback. Like, the Canadian people love this guy, but there's a lot of, much like in our government, there's a lot of corruption that happens in the Canadian government.
Yeah, Canada has a swamp too.
They're saying, from people that I know up there, are saying that, like, they're going to do everything possible not to elect this guy.
Wow, so they're going to arrest him, indict him, shoot him?
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
Interesting. Well, it's happening everywhere. European Union, Argentina, Malay, Canada, the United States. It's on the rise. So, all right, are we ready for the spelling bee?
How are we doing this? Because I have, like, sound effects here. Like, what are we doing?
So Jimmy Kelly created, I believe, an open, and we also have a bed that he created that will play as I ask these questions. It'll be like Regis Philbin. You'll have that dramatic music in the background.
All right.
Phil is in here. Look at this. We got Phil and Jimmy sitting next to each other. By the way, socially distance a little bit. I don't want anybody catching COVID or RSV.
I have the bird flu.
You have the bird flu? Okay. All right. So basically, I have 15 different words or names, places, located, all things that you should know of when you hear in Philadelphia and probably be able to spell. Now, we know that Sherelle Parker cannot spell Eagles, right? This is how Sherelle Parker, the mayor of Philadelphia, spelled Eagles in a little chant in a rally. All right, so we know that she can't spell, but can Kayal and Company spell? So, Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, are you both ready?
Yeah. Sure.
All right. Dawn, are you ready?
We are ready.
All right.
I am
Gregory,
ready.
are you ready?
Sure.
All right, let's let it rip here.
Okay.
Sure.
It's time for Philadelphia's newest game show. Are you smarter than Mayor Parker? Entering our studio right now is Greg. We start at 6 a.m. Stalker.
Yeah.
Mama Bear Stenslin. Phil, I'll see you at that show. I'm quick. And Jimmy, put that on the board. Kelly. And now here's your host, Nick Kayal.
All right, thank you, Jimmy. All right, let's get down to it. Callers, if you can get in line, 855-839-1210. That being said, I don't know if we have anybody to screen the calls.
We have nobody taking the calls.
So nobody will answer.
Because we're all here.
But once the cast is done, Jimmy will get back there and we'll put somebody on the air.
We really thought this through, didn't we?
We did. I tried.
Hey, spell along with us on the YouTube chat.
Yes, spell along with us.
Put it in the...
All right, who wants to take the first trio of words? Who wants to be the initial guinea pig? Jimmy Kelly, always the blind guy. All right.
Yeah.
So, Jimmy Kelly, let's start with you. You have 3 different words, and I would argue that these are probably the toughest.
Oh, good.
Well.
So let's start with this one. Jimmy Kelly,
I did not know this. So
can you spell Broccoli Rob?
BROCOLLIRABE.
That is incorrect. You're 0 for 1.
Missed a
You
C.
are 0 for 1. All right, Jimmy Kelly, let's go to the world of sports.
Oh, good.
Can you spell Ron Jaworski? Jaws for short.
RON.
Yep.
JOWARS.
Wait, Jimmy. His nickname is Jaws. Jimmy, start over. Come on, my friend. His nickname is Jaws.
I knew this would be fun.
JAWS.
No, Jaworski.
You're done. You're done. You got one more, but you can still go 1 for 3, which could very well win the day on Kayal and Company.
I knew I was going
Come on,
to fail.
As a cast
Come on,
member.
Jimmy.
All right. The town is, I don't even know if it's a town or borough. Conshohocken. Can you spell Conshohocken?
It's the hardest.
Or Conchi.
Wait, hang on. Mayor Parker spelled Eagles.
Yes.
And you're asking us to spell Conshohocken.
Hey, this show sets rating records, and we have high standards on this program.
All right, okay.
Sherelle has proven that you don't even need to be able to spell Eagles to win the mayorship in this city. Conshohocken, Jimmy.
Come on, Jimmy.
CONSHOCHAN.
I
knew I was going to fail every one of these.
That's all right.
No
Jimmy.
S's.
You're still
Think
the
of
best ball stringer in the
Hawk
business.
Hawken.
That's right.
I tell you what, I may have
CONC.
failed on all 3 of these words, but guess what? I stand by my production value in putting the opener together and this intensive music together.
Thank you very much, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy.
We need to break.
Yes.
Can we do more on the other side?
Yes, we will come back. Phil will be on the hot seat, and then we'll get to Mama Bear Stensland, and we start at 6 a.m. soccer.
Take some calls here, too.
Yeah, we'll do that as well. 855, Jimmy's going to go back to the booth. He'll screen your calls. 855-839-1210. If you do well, you will get the tickets for the Zlock Performance Arts Center in Bucks County for January 31st for that cover band. I forget what it is. I'll read it for you again when we come back.
Beatles.
The Beatles. Yes, thank you, Mr. Music. Do you have the rest of the copy memorized? You probably do.
No,
You
but
don't?
I
Okay.
just know it's Abbey Road stuff.
There you go. Abbey Road stuff. 855-839-1210. Kayal and Company. Spelling Bee continues on the other side.
But you know how I spell innovation, high quality, luxury? Piazza. Because my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs, innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Just visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where TurboTax Expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Mary's Catholic Church in Cherry Hill, Saturday, February 8th, with Dennis Horan and Vince Valentine. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Revamp your living space with Emmons Remodeling.
Our seasoned designers and construction experts bring creativity and expertise to every project, ensuring stunning results for you and your family.
From new layouts to upgraded finishes, at Emmons Remodeling, we do it all.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here with Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, 9:21. It is Kayal and Company live on a Thursday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So we have already done the spelling bee with Jimmy Kelly. Phil Almquist, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, they are next up, and we will get to them in just a few moments, as well as the two individuals on our phone lines right now. Our buddy Chris Forsyth, who video documents everything we do on live remotes. And, of course, Jimmy Matthews, who once ran up these steps waving the Kayal and Company flag. We're going to continue with that in a moment. We're going to have some fun. But no show can go from are you better at spelling than Sherelle Parker to a deep dive on whether or not Pennsylvania is a red state, quite like Kayal and Company, as we go from fun nonsense to one of the most well-spoken, articulate, interesting individuals that I have ever met in this format, because I like him a lot. Not just because I work with him at Real Clear Politics, but because he's a good dude and he's a Greek. Athan Koutsarumbis, he is with us, and he is joining us on YouTube because he just wrote a couple of days ago on realclearpennsylvania.com why Pennsylvania's GOP sweep was no fluke. Athan, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Nick, good morning. I think I'm your perfect segue guest, because if anybody can spell Koutsarumbis in a spelling bee, it would be me.
We might put that one on the board coming up in a few moments.
He is a Philadelphia treasure.
That is
really
correct.
is. Yep,
That
yep.
is correct.
Yep.
So you wrote this for Real Clear Politics a couple of days ago, but the election was, over 95 days ago. So why are you looking at this type of data now, and what did you uncover?
Yeah, so Nick, usually about 60 to 70 days after an election, the Pennsylvania Department of State makes available the list of those who voted. We don't know how they voted, but we do know if they voted and by what means they used to vote. And what we learned was that for the first time in modern history, more Republicans voted than Democrats in the Pennsylvania presidential election. In fact, it was about 65,000 more Republicans, which frankly was shocking.
So what does this mean long term? Because I have been arguing that as long as Trump has, a solid amount of success. If we were to grade Trump 4 years from now and give him a 7.7 out of 10, I think J.D. Vance is in great shape. I think the Republican Party is in great shape, especially if the Democrats don't change up their platform. What does this mean long term here where 19 electoral college votes are so precious?
Yeah, Nick, your lips to God ears. That's President Trump and his team can execute on all of the stuff that everybody wants them to get done. But what it means long term is that local Pennsylvania Republicans got to figure out what does a MAGA agenda look like for state government. There's a new Republican majority growing here in Pennsylvania, and I think that people just haven't understood the sheer scale of what's coming down the pike. And a lot of it has been driven by voter registration. So there's been a tremendous effort by folks like Scott Pressler and Early Vote Action to change people's hearts and minds to say, yes, it is a good idea to register Republican. But something different happened in September of 2023 that has really changed things on its head. And it has to do with how Pennsylvanians register to vote. So in September of 2023, the Department of State and the Department of Transportation changed the way voters register to vote when they go get their driver's license. So for the past 40 or so years since the motor voter law was implemented, you had to opt in to register to vote when you go get a driver's license or when you go renew it. They changed the process in September of 2023 where now you have to opt out to register to vote. So that is a huge difference. So what's happening is that all throughout Pennsylvania, you have people that either are going to renew their driver's license, which happens every 4 years, or somebody who's registering for the first time. They're now being essentially told when they sit down at the DMV to get their driver's license, not do you want to register to vote, but how do you want to register to vote? And there's a little opt-out button that people can push, but most people aren't pushing that button. And what's happening is that we are getting a tidal wave of new registrants to the Republican Party. A lot of them are coming from rural Pennsylvania. And when you think about it, it's pretty intuitive. If you live in rural Pennsylvania, you need to have a car, you need to have a driver's license. And a lot of folks that live in rural Pennsylvania and the exurban places tend to be conservative. But when you look at, inner ring suburban voters, specifically inner ring suburban kids, a lot of kids today that live in the suburbs don't want a driver's license. They don't even want to drive. So it's a sea change. When I was 16, 17 years old in the early 90s, like you went, you got your driver's license. There was no question about it. You were going to drive. But today it's not the same, specifically in the city of Philadelphia and with suburban kids. It's just getting that driver's license isn't as big of a deal. But for the rural kids, that's how you go to school. It's how you go to work. You need that driver's license.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you dig deeper into the numbers, with voters aged 18 to 29, Trump is the most popular elected official in the country with them. He has like a net 17-point approval rating. It's a sea change in how Republicans have approached voter registration.
Final one for you, and I am writing this GOP County Chair series where I've spoken with Bucks County, Delaware County, Northampton, and Lehigh County for Real Clear PA. And I've asked them 4 or 5 questions on how Trump did in their counties, what changed. And the stock question of the 4th question that I ask, I've asked every one of them. But, obviously the dynamics of each county different. I've asked them, is Pennsylvania still a purple state? Is it purple trending red? Is it red? Is it blue? 3 of the 4 have said purple trending red. Do you agree with that, or do you think Pennsylvania is once again, or now, a red state?
It is purple trending red, and I think it can potentially be permanent red within 4 to 5 years. And it has to do with 2 specific factors. Number one is that Pennsylvania is a net energy exporter, but that's about to change in about 2 years. The rise of data centers have now sucked up so many electrons that Pennsylvanians are going to have a hard time paying the same rate that they have for electricity. What does that have to do with Pennsylvania becoming a red state? In the next 2 years, I think we're going to see a flurry of legislation to ensure that Pennsylvania remains a net energy exporter. Pennsylvania is going to be a place where people can make things, whether it's a data center or a widget. We have about 250,000 unfilled skill jobs in Pennsylvania, and we only graduate about 10,000 VOTEC or CTE kids a year. So we've got a huge gap to fill. It's an opportunity where Republicans, if they focus on CTE, have the ability to make a permanent majority, because we're essentially graduating more of our voters from high school, more of our voters who are working class. And because of Pennsylvania maintaining its position as a net energy exporter and a powerhouse, we can make sure that those jobs are ready to go and employers want to come here. And we can essentially use government policy to do the right thing, which is to make America even stronger, but to do that with a working class voter that is reflexively Republican. It's an exciting time as a policymaker.
Athen Kutzer-Rumbus, real clear politics, breaking it down as always, deep dive style. We love it.
I love the fact that they did this motor voter role in Pennsylvania and it completely backfired.
I know.
Because it's true.
I know.
Who are the kids driving? Suburban kids. It's not the inner city kids.
It's true. Very true.
It's amazing.
Great stuff, buddy. Thank you very much.
You bet. See you guys.
There he is. Athen Kutzer-Rumbus. So
I know.
Try spelling his last name. That's a different task. 855-839-1210. All right, so Phil Almquist, get on in here, and we will, on the other side.
Yeah, why don't we take another break, and we'll...
Spelling Bee will continue, and then we'll... and then we will get to what's on tap for the Dawn Show and today in music history. Hell, we might as well have Phil in here for the final 30 minutes. It's going to be all Phil for the meantime. 855-839-1210. If you're on hold, hang tight. You'll get your chance as well, as we will give away those tickets on January 31st. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Spelling Bee continues next on Kayal and Company.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey, I got you something.
What's this?
Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV.
Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the
New customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Yeah, their artisan collections? Gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
Oh, yeah. It's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
He's just a wank. It's Kayal and Company. 9:35 as we continue. Spelling Bee resumes.
Ruh-roh.
We will get to both callers, Chris and Jimmy, coming up shortly. Dawn and Greg still to come.
Oh, boy. David Bowie, B-O-W-I-E.
Yeah, spell Kootsarumbus. I'll spot you the K. The rest is on you. All right, here we go.
All right, ready?
Phil
Time for
Almquist.
Philadelphia's newest game show.
Woo!
Are you smarter than Mayor
again.
Parker? Entering our studio right now is Greg. We start at 6 a.m. Stalker. Dawn, Mama Bear Stensland. Phil, I'll see you at that show, Almquist. And Jimmy, put that on the board, Kelly. And now here's your host, Nick Kayal.
Hello, everybody. All right, Philip. You have 3 words. Jimmy Kelly, if you missed it about 20 minutes ago, went 0 for 3. And he went down inglorious. He went down worse than Kamala and Gavin Newsom in the last 90 days as far as their political careers. But here we go. Phil Almquist, we will start.
At 6 a.m.
Yeah, well, we always start at 6 a.m. How about Patti LaBelle? Can you spell Patti LaBelle?
Patti LaBelle. P-A-T-T-I-L-A-B-E-L-L-E. Come on.
That is incorrect.
What? What?
That is incorrect.
Are you sure about that?
There's an E on the end of Patty.
That's what I... Oh, at the end of Patty?
Yeah, you said P-A-T-T-I.
Yeah.
You got it wrong. It's P-A-T-T-I-E.
Okay. Well, then, okay. So none of us are smarter than you. Wow, I didn't know that. I actually didn't know that.
All right, well, you could still win.
It's a fun game.
One will do it at this point.
I know. Jimmy got it. Jimmy
put
went
up a
over
goose
3,
egg.
yeah.
Jimmy's like Jake Elliott with extra points. He just miss after miss.
With an E. Okay.
All right. Villanova basketball coach from 1985, the great Raleigh Massimino.
R-O-L-L-I-E, Raleigh. Massimino, M-A-S-S-I-M-I-N-O.
Correct. And as a college basketball fan, you should have known that because you like UConn.
Because I like UConn.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, so Phil is actually the leader in the clubhouse right now with 1.
Nice. Nice.
Finally, how about Eastern State Penitentiary? And obviously, penitentiary being the key word to get right here.
So I'll just spell Eastern State the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay. E-A-S-T-E-R-N, Eastern. State, S-T-A-T-E, State. And then penitentiary, P-E, think about it, Pen, so N.
Yeah, you can do that. Go ahead. Sound it out.
Sound it out.
Pen, I-T-E-N-T-O-R-Y. I know I'm close.
Incorrect. Yeah, you missed a couple letters.
There's an I in there. Yeah, somewhere in there.
And an A, a couple of vowels.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, Seacrest will let you buy him for $2.50
I would have written it down, but that's I didn't do that.
There you go. All right, well, not bad.
All right, do we got time for Mama Bear Stensland?
Why don't you go with me first?
Let's go with okay. Greg's like, I want to be on the griddle.
I'm protecting my.
All right.
I'm protecting my love there.
All right.
I'm just kidding.
All right, Smarty.
Ready?
All
Here
right,
we go.
Smarty Pants.
There we go.
Spell Schuylkill.
Schuylkill.
Like the Schuylkill Expressway.
S.
Wow. Okay.
C. K. I-L-L. Schuylkill.
Yeah. Not even close.
For the record, I spelled it for Nick.
Yes.
And we gave it to Greg.
Yes. Yes.
It's such a weird it's,
Very
what is
weird.
it?
Yeah.
Dutch, Pennsylvania Dutch.
It is.
SCHU.
That's C-H.
Y.
Y.
L.
Y.
And then kill.
All right. Greg Stocker.
Yes, sir.
Can you spell LaSalle University?
L-A.
There's a space.
I'll just take letters at this point.
Okay.
I'm like
L-A space S-A-L-L-E.
L-A-S-A-L-L-E.
Yes.
That is correct.
Thank you.
There you go. So Greg Stocker's on the board, tying Phil Almquist. Can he take the lead with his final word or set of words? But it's only really one that is really difficult. How about Aronimink Golf Club? I'm assuming you'll get golf and club correct. Keyword Aronimink.
Jesus, I have no idea. A-R or A-R or... Is it an A or an O? A.
Take your time.
Oh, no. A-R-O-N-A-M-I-C-K.
No. Not even close. All right, so we have a tie. Can Stensland come in and get 2 out of 3 minimum to get the victory?
Well, why don't we take a break first?
Yes.
And then let Dawn do it on the other side.
Dawn is next, as well as our 2 callers. And then today in music history and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. We're finding out, folks, that we're not much better than Sherelle Parker.
See?
And we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
The pro football playoff season is here, and there's one place to be, the BetQL Network presented by BetMGM.
Your home for wagertainment, giving you the sharpest insights and bringing on expert guest analysis.
From point spreads to props, live betting to futures, BetQL has you covered every step of the way with wall-to-wall coverage on the road to the championship in New Orleans.
Listen live on the BetQL Network presented by BetMGM on the free Odyssey app and twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube at Odyssey Sports.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal, I need
43.
Kayal, I need to.
Yes.
You're being called out here.
We
dude.
have to go. We have a situation, and we need to bring in Wolf
And I'm
Blitzer
sort of in the middle of this.
from the situation room.
You're wrong.
I am.
Patty is spelled
Yeah, you're right.
P-A-T-T-I.
So Phil got 2.
So Phil got 2 correct.
Okay.
Our game show host can't even do this.
He's just
Who
a
came
wank.
up with this idea?
It was a terrible idea.
P-A-T-T-I.
I regret the whole 9 o'clock hour.
P-A-T-T-I, yes.
That's what I said.
Thank you.
You know what's weird is I was Googling things last night to make sure
Yeah,
I
what's
had
the
these
problem with
correct.
Googling?
And whatever site I pulled up for Patty LaBelle, I swear they must have misspelled it, and I just ran with it.
I trusted you.
I
Yeah.
trusted you too.
It's a
Because
bad
I was
job,
like,
Adam.
that's not right. That is not right. But I figured you had the answers in front of you,
Yep.
and your answers were wrong.
You're still wrong. Yep.
Especially the music guy.
Yes.
New host. Yeah, Tony's right. We need a new host.
Here we go. Here we go.
Can we check our work, please, before we put it on the air and save it?
I
It's
think
on
you
me.
need to have a meeting with yourself.
I am. I'm going to have a meeting with my at-home staff.
Yeah.
All right. So Jimmy Kelly still went 0 for 3. That didn't change.
No.
Phil Almquist 2 for 3. And Stalker went
1 for 3.
1 for 3.
Oof.
All right. Stenslin, are you ready?
Oh, God. I'm ready. I'm very
Yeah.
nervous.
It's
Sometimes
time
when I
to-
do a spelling bee.
Yeah. Do you
She's getting both
put your hands in your armpits? Let's start with one of the eateries in this area. Some would say an institution. How about P.J. Wellahan?
Oh, this is your favorite place.
Yeah.
Mine too.
So besides, it is yours too?
Yep.
So, I mean, PJ with P period J. Is it P period J?
Yep, that's
PJ.
good.
That's fine.
Like Wellahan's, W-H-E-L. I-H-A-N-S.
Yes, that's
There
correct.
we go. Look at her.
Yes, that is correct. You don't even need the apostrophe in there. We're good.
Apostrophe S, like
I'm-
possessive.
You're good. You're good. So that's 1. Let's go to number 2. I'm giving some of the difficult ones for Dawn because she's the
Uh-oh.
brains of this whole operation.
Uh-oh.
Let's go to Hollywood director and producer M. Night Shyamalan.
Oh,
Philadelphia native.
I don't know what the M stands for, but M period.
I think it stands for male.
K-N-I-G-H-T, night.
Yep.
And then it's like it's Shyamalan, but it's like shy. I remember that. Shy, S-H-Y-A-M.
You're almost there. You're at the 10-yard line.
Alan, A-L-A-N.
Oh, my God. She got it.
Wow, very
Oh, I
nice.
thought for sure that was wrong.
She got it.
Good job.
Oh, my
Look at you.
goodness.
Yeah,
She's
beautiful.
2 for 2.
Yep.
She is now tied with Almquist. And this is actually perfect because I put this one to be absolutely last for Dawn because at the end of the day, we are playing this game because of... For the tiebreaker, for the victory, can Dawn Stenslin spell Sherelle Parker?
Sherelle. No, I do know Sherelle. So it's like Cher. So it's C-H-E-R-E-L-L-E, and then Parker, P-A-R-K-E-R.
Stenslin.
Wow, look at you.
Sweep Stenslin.
She is sweep Stenslin.
3 for 3.
Yeah, very
Just like
nice.
Trump sweeping the swing states, Dawn swept the spelling bee.
And just like we have to sweep one more break.
That's right, because we're sweeping through all the bills, and we're back after this.
Do Kitchen Magic. Tell me about Kitchen Magic there.
K-I-T-C-H-E-N. Kitchen Magic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
baby.
because when it comes to your home, obviously trust is everything, especially if you're coming into my kitchen. But for 45 years, Kitchen Magic building quite a reputation in our area for transforming kitchens with such precision, such professionalism, such care. From the custom cabinets that they do in-house, and this is one of their specialties, to the countertops, backsplashes, to all of those all-important storage solutions. Kitchen Magic gets the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the neighbors have been relying on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly, all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210.
I keep spelling alive.
Nope. Free speech thrives here and spelling dies here.
Flag on the flag.
God. Go ahead.
Flag on the flag. Don Stenslin, you were wrong with M. Night Shyamalan. It is not KN, it's night, and like an N.
IGHT.
It's N-I-G-H-T.
Yep. And I
always thought it was a KN.
Yeah, so
I
did
had it that way on the sheet, and I still gave you credit.
You are the worst host. You are the worst host.
I tried to get Zioli to do it. His fee was too much.
This is Greg's fault. He hired you.
Oh.
I really thought I always did think it was like a night.
Nope.
Yep.
That's even cooler, like nighttime.
Yep, Dawn and Phil both with 2. They can fight it out during the next commercial.
Yeah.
I have nothing left to offer, but I do have a prize to give away, and we will give that away to one of our next 2 callers. Chris Forsyth in South Philadelphia, the official video archivist of the show. He wants to play. Chris, good morning. Are you ready for your word?
Yes, I am ready for my word. Good morning, and it was a great day on Monday.
Okay. Now, are you under the influence of any alcohol right now?
I plead the fifth.
Same here. I need you to spell the name of former Temple basketball coach John Chaney.
Okay, he's a John. That is J-A-W-N.
Funny,
John.
but no. But here's what, in the name of time constraints, I'm going to give you the prize. Chris, you have won a pair of tickets to see the Dirk Quinn Band Scabby Toad, a unique musical adventure with a reimagining of the Beatles' Abbey Road It's at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County on January 31st. You take those tickets, enjoy some cocktails while you're there. Just drive sober, all right?
Woo woo.
All right, brother.
I don't
There
think he
is.
drives.
Well,
I don't think he
Uber,
drives.
DoorDash, whatever he's got to do.
He's always safe.
There you go. All right. So, lastly, we have Jimmy Matthews.
Jimmy.
In Bluebell. Jimmy is with us. Jimmy, you go right ahead, sir. What do you got?
John is John, and then Cheney is Cheney.
No, it's Aney. Chaney.
Give Jimmy a pair of the tickets too.
You got a pair as well. How's that, Jimbo?
Oh, thank you.
Because I love Jimmy.
Yeah.
Former is Forner.
He's not former anymore.
Jimmy,
he's not. He's not. He's current.
Jimmy,
He's
you
current.
sound, what are you, in the bathroom on speakerphone? What are you doing?
No, I wanted to let everybody know I was in the cafeteria, so I couldn't use Google to cheat or anything. I'm doing this.
He's in the cafeteria.
All right, well,
Obviously,
grab
none
me
of
some
us
soup.
cheated because we all got something wrong.
That's right. All right, Jimmy, thank you so much, buddy. We got to
Have
roll.
a great day.
You got it.
I'm,
There he is.
I'm sorry, guys. We don't have time for today music history. So,
Bag it,
Phil,
Phil.
Phil, why don't you do it?
Why don't you do it in my show? Can you
I
stick
can do-
around?
yes, of course
for
I
a few
can.
seconds here?
Of course. How about
We'll do that. By the way, I should have known M. Night. He actually testified because I meant to do him like in a big 3. He
Do him.
actually is on trial right now.
Yeah, I know.
So I had no excuse.
All
right.
Bizarre guy.
Dawn has a lot coming up, but we have to go.
All right,
Yeah, my
that'll
favorite
do it.
redhead
Yeah.
in Pennsylvania. I'll just say that.
Yeah, baby.
Great lady, my favorite party redhead.
Okay.
She's coming right up.
Everybody sticks
How's
around
that?
anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I have no idea who the redhead is, but I wouldn't be able to spell it anyway. So everybody have a great rest of your Thursday, and I don't know, we'll do something tomorrow. Have a great night. Goodbye.
Good night,
He'll stay there.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Rocco from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with CrashProof. With the CrashProof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof.